booty on me. Baby, you a star, hi. How are you guys doing? Don't mind me just singing some 50 Cent. A little bit of 50 to get us started. How are you guys doing? So, round 2. We're back. We're back for the world's longest all signs. But I hope you guys are doing well. There was a huge hailstorm and it just ended. I think it might be done. It might be picking up again, but the window's open because we love the rain in this home. So if it starts up again, I might have to close the window, but because it was very loud. Must have been pretty decent sized hail. How are you guys doing? Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so if you didn't catch the first part of this particular live, this topic is let's talk about that person, the person that you just cannot get out of your mind, the person that for whatever reason has stuck with you. This could be someone from the past, could be someone that you're still in contact with or not. But regardless, there's probably some sense of discord or confusion or, I don't know, maybe a lack of closure between you and this person. And we're gonna hopefully give you a little bit of peace or a little bit more insight into that. So I did Aries through to Virgo on... Hi, bestie. What's up, Yair? Hi, cutie. Yeah, a couple days ago. I think it was on Tuesday night, maybe Wednesday night, something. And so, yeah, check that out if you're interested in, any of the signs from Aries through to Virgo, the first 6 signs. So we're going to start with Libra this afternoon and go to Pisces. And there is a 25% sale off, 25, I think, on 15 and half an hour long, or 15-minute and 30-minute long readings, custom readings on my Etsy store. So if you're interested in that, feel free to go check that out. And is there anything else I need to say? Information box, most likely where it is, on how to book a private reading with me, donate to the channel, find me on socials, all of that stuff. Sorry, my hair is driving me nuts. It got kind of like wet. So I just put my hat on. But I think that's all that I really need to say. So yeah, let's get started. And this is, like I said, I'm really taking my time with this particular reading. The spread that I felt called to do is like 9 cards per sign. And it is a kind of a deep dive. So in case you weren't there for the first half, I'll just tell you what we're going to cover so you can, if you're interesting, okay? Aw, thanks, bestie. Thanks for the talk up. So we're going to look at the current energy between the two of you, and then we're going to look at your individual energies, feelings, and intentions towards just within the dynamic and situation. And then the primary source of confusion or discord between the two of you at this time, squeaky closet door, and the primary meaning or function of the relationship in your life right now. So that can always change as time goes by, right? So we're just going to tap into the current energies and get you some more information on what's going on right meow. Okay? Right meow. So let me just clear off my glasses so that I can see, because that would be a good place to start. She want it, I can tell she want it. I was listening to this song called Down on Me by 50 Cent and Jeremiah, and it is bang, 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 bang. It's such a good song. Highly recommend you go listen to it and get your twerk on. Shake what your mama gave ya. All right. I guarantee it'll make you feel good in your soul. I'm a nerd. Okay. But is there anything that music and dancing around like a crazy idiot doesn't solve? In my 37 years, not so far. And I've been through some shit, so. All right. But that's what we're going to cover. And yeah, we're going to start with Libra. So let's get it. What deck do I want to use for Libra? Put put up your little thing. So if you come in during the reading, then the timestamps won't be up yet, obviously, but you'll be able to look at the top right-hand corner of the screen, and there's going to be these little gifs up here, these cute little aesthetically pleasing gifs. So you can see what sign we're on from there, and then when the reading is done, I hope the internet doesn't get choppy because of that hailstorm, but we'll see. We'll deal with that as we go. After the reading is done, there will be timestamps so you can skip to wherever you want to go, and those will be in the pinned comment down below as well as the info box. Okay, you guys? Okay. And yeah, I also don't read for any particular placement, and my readings are timeless. So that just means that whatever astrological energy you feel called to check out, even if you feel called to like maybe cross watch for someone that you're interested in, you could maybe get different aspects or elements or insights into things. So you follow your intuition here. That is what we do. And go where you feel led, and then if the message is yours and it resonates, then you'll feel it. And if not, just feel free to check out your other placements or hit up the next one. All right, I'm armed with my double dirty chai. No, good question. So this is not only applicable to romantic connections. This could, like in the first, I forget who it was. I think it might have been Cancer. It was Cancer. I was picking up very strong, like, parental energy, and I feel like for them, a lot of them, that, I don't know, the father energy was coming out, or a father figure. So this could be anyone. If it does come out where there's like clear indications of a romantic connection, then I will obviously read that and tell you. But take it how it resonates. So if this is someone who is like a friend, a family member, a work colleague, a boss, like really anyone that you might feel a Luna hair lurking in my lip gloss, anyone that you feel that it resonates with. So you might want to just ground your energy right now and hold the person that you want more insight in your mind. That will help me to connect to the energy of the person that you are hoping to connect with. So just take some deep breaths, focus on really grounding your energy, and then holding that person in your mind, or just saying, I set the intention to receive messages in alignment with the truth and my absolute highest and best good surrounding this person, or however you want to go about setting that intention. Once you set the intention, it should be solid, should be good to go. Okay, and these are timeless readings too, so you can watch this whenever you want, and it should hopefully get you the message that you need. I want it to keep raining, but not hail. Yeah, I know. I don't know when YouTube started doing this, like giving the little crowns and numbers next to people. Adding a little friendly competition to the mix, I see. Okay. I don't know what that's based on though, like just the chat, like during this particular live, or like what, but regardless, it's new. Okay, so tune me into Libra's energy and the energy of the person that they have struggled to get out of their energy or off of their mind. Please help me to tune in and get them the information that will bring them clarity and peace surrounding this. Okay. Chats and super chats. Well, I ain't ashamed to tell the world that you're my bestie. Okay. Why? Why? Okay. Back here for now. It's gonna have to live back there. It resets every stream. Yeah, I figured that it did. Okay. Let's get some oracle cards here as well to clarify a couple things. Okay. Let me just see. Okay. What's up, Darian? Aw. Thank you, babe. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, love. Yeah, it's so hard for me to be vulnerable and to share like personal stuff, but I like every time I do, I'm just reminded that you guys are not just community, you're friends and family, and that this is a journey that just an experience that we're meant to share. So it is uncomfortable for my Scorpio rising ass to do, but because I'm very private and I'm very protective as well, because people that I have opened up to in the past have all fucked me over and weaponized my shit against me. So I've got some trust issues, but not against you guys. You guys are perfection. Okay, we're gonna use this deck. No, okay, we're using this one. I lied. I love you. I love you. Okay, this is confusion. Confusionville. Party of me here in this Libran energy. We're gonna have to clarify, because some of the math isn't quite a mathing. Okay, what should I clarify here? Okay, clarify Libra's feelings, please. Let me just really feel into the energy here intuitively for a sec. Exactly what I just said. Okay. And then aw, thank you, Rach. Aw. Yeah, I took journalism in school. Well, writing is like one of my biggest passions. I've always written since I was like a child, and I mostly write like poetry because it helps me emotionally express and process, but I fucking love writing. And like I used to have a blog where I would write a lot just about personal experiences and stuff. So maybe I'll start doing that a little more and sharing some more of that. But thank you. Thank you so much. You don't know what the fuck you feel. I'm a Libra rising in Vedic, actually. So that's something. Okay, tell me about Libra's person's feelings. Okay. this. You get one for this too. My Mercury is also in Aquarius. I love that, Rach. What's up, Shonaf? Hello. What's up? Okay. Clarify their intentions, please. Just gonna get like 2 more oracle cards and timestamp these beach, and we're doing it. All right. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is quite deep and there's a lot going on here, so sorry. Just needed to take a moment there to really like hone in on exactly what's happening here. I pulled a lot of oracle cards. We're getting a lot of insight here. But I love this deck, and I feel this deck gives a great amount of insight. Okay, so let me timestamp. So we're starting like 17 minutes for you. Hi, Libra. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful Libran darlings. My Libran babes. I hope you're doing really well. So I already have your cards pulled and they're in front of me. I was able to pick up my coffee today, yes. I got my iced dirty, double dirty chai here. We know that I only exist with that in hand. Okay, so I have your cards down, Libra. So we're going to take a look into this. It seems a little complex, so I'm really going to kind of just like not focus on the chat while I'm doing the reading itself so that I can get in and stay focused. But the current energy that's coming up between the two of you is the King of Cups. It's the King of Vessels in this deck. But for some reason, when I felt this, so the King of Cups is like very, very, very deep emotion, almost the kind of emotion that you can't even like really put words to. And for that reason, sometimes the King of Cups is more comfortable being like, it's scorpionic energy, so it is very private. It's not that they're not feeling it, they're feeling it very deeply. But again, it's almost either so intense or many things at once that they're feeling that it's too complex to describe or explain. Or they just don't feel comfortable always being that vulnerable. It's kind of like you're on a need-to-know basis with the emotions of the King of Cups, but there is an incredible amount of love and affection, genuine appreciation. It goes beyond appreciation, though. It is love with the King of Cups. So this is between the two of you, but I don't know why I want to say you may not even know it. You may not know that this person loves you with certainty, and they may not know that you love them. This could be something that is deeply felt but has never been expressed, or it hasn't been expressed consistently, or in an, I wanted to say in an honorable way, so maybe it just came out wrong or was misunderstood. But the oracle cards that are clarifying this King of Cups here between the two of you, so there's 2 third eye cards and 1 heart chakra card. So soothing and clary sage came up. It's soothe and insight. So for each of these cards, it has a trigger statement and then a true statement. And if it comes out in the reverse, it means you're kind of more in the triggered state. So all of these came out in the upright, which is great. So soothe, the trigger statement is I need to fix this, and the true statement, I am willing to learn from this. And it says lift yourself above your life situation and observe as a witness. Understand you are so much more than the story. And then insight, the trigger statement, there is no hope. True statement, there is a higher purpose. Connect with your higher self and allow yourself to be guided to your higher purpose. As the veil of illusion falls away, you will find your answer. And then comfort, the trigger statement, people cannot be trusted. The true statement, I trust my heart. Your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. So that's the other thing about the King of Cups. Very highly intelligent. He's very emotionally intelligent, very high EI. And so might know a lot, might just be very self-aware or is very tuned in, both intuitively, emotionally, and also usually psychologically. So to me, psychology just kind of ties together a bunch of our different bodies, right? It tells us how they all work together, how things impact us, how oftentimes like the way we feel or the way we think, like they impact one another. And it gives us some insight into humanity, what makes us tick, right? So the King of Cups understands that they have a lot of insight, but it's much deeper than just like, those are facts that I read in a textbook. It's like, no, I've felt this, I've experienced this, and I trust my heart. So there's something here, and it feels like it has been a lesson or a learning opportunity. Because with this saying, I know there's a higher purpose and I'm willing to learn from this, I feel like there could have been something difficult that the love between you two has had to withstand. But it's telling me with this card, I trust my heart, that at this current state right now, the two of you are trusting the way that you feel, or you're learning how to trust your heart more. That's the current shared energy between the two of you with the King of Cups. So again, I feel that there's not a lot being expressed, although you might have a very telepathic or psychic or, spiritual or even emotional, like empathetic type connection with this person, where you very much pick up on their energy or you feel them without trying. Like, I'm not getting that you guys are sending each other energy on purpose. It is very self-contained and regulated individually in a healthy way. But you could definitely have that kind of connection where you just feel one another. It's kind of like once your souls connect, the line is open and you can kind of pick up the telephone and just have a convo, unless you really go to great lengths to shut it down or to starve that cord it usually will sustain with the King of Cups connection, because there's love. Okay. So despite whatever has happened, it seems like the two of you are both deciding to try to trust what you feel, to try to sit and hold space with the depth of emotion and try to kind of self-soothe and comfort yourself in that space so that you can gain a higher insight into what this made you feel, why this was something that you needed to learn, and so on. Okay, so we're going to take a look at your side first. If this does not sound like you but sounds more like your person, then please feel free to reverse the roles, because with any general reading, the roles can always be reversed, and that's totally normal. Not weird at all, okay? So don't worry about that. All right, I need to make this a little smaller so that my laptop doesn't overheat like a mother, because it will. It will do that. Okay. So you are currently in the overall energy of the Lovers in reverse, is what this is saying. And just so you know as well, the signs that are on the table strongly, or the like astrological influence here that are coming through, there's Sagittarius, Gemini, Scorpio very strongly, and then Uranus as well, which is connected to Aries as well as Aquarius. So that may mean something to you, but it doesn't have to. But it's showing me that you're in the energy of the Lovers in reverse. And then your feelings towards this person is Temperance in reverse. And your intentions for right now is the Five of Pentacles. So let's clarify that. Because moving from the King of Cups to that, it feels a little heavy. Something has definitely happened here between the two of you that has really affected your hearts, both of your hearts, as well as your confidence, like your will. I feel like whatever this connection is, it has shifted the two of you in somewhat of a fundamental way. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, if you've grown a bunch, then you are going to attribute all of that to this person. No. But they may have been a bit of like a stimuli for that, or they could have been like a catalyst in a way. So you did the healing. You don't have to give them credit for that, right? But at the same time, it feels like this connection helped push both of you into something that has been very important in your overall growth. So can you tell me why Libra is in the Lovers in reverse? All right. King of Wands in reverse. You're like, let me tell you right now. And the Six of Cups in reverse. Well, the Magician, the Hanged Man, the Ten of Wands in reverse, the Sun in reverse, the Tower in reverse. Oh my. Seven of Wands, the Hermit, Queen of Cups. Okay. All right. Well, there's some feelings here that feel quite fresh, and it's coming through as the trust issues a little bit. Is this King of Wands? What's up, Andrea? Is this King of Wands Libra? Yes. You're telling me that you're moving away from something that made you feel quite disempowered and insecure in the past. And I feel like it's almost like you're saying you feel as though this kind of brought like the worst out of you. And don't get me wrong, the Lovers connection can definitely do that. And I know that that seems like counterintuitive or counter to the energy of the Lovers, but you would only think that if you've never experienced the Lovers connection before. Because the function of the Lovers connection, or those very intense connections that are very, very soul based, and they're very much focused on, again, catalyzing us, changing us, bringing us into a deeper awareness of ourselves and the world around us so that we can ultimately grow and love ourselves more fully and bring the best of ourselves to the world. It's less about ending up with the person. Even though there is a very, very deep and intense love there, it's more about overcoming your own personal fears, insecurities, woundedness, and having that be possible because you provide a very clear mirror to one another. And a clear mirror, what does it do? It doesn't just show you the reflection you want, it shows you all of you, right? So it can be really hard because the place where we have the potential to grow the most is also the place where our greatest fears, wounds, insecurities, and paranoias and all of those good things reside. Wherever that is the place where if we go there and bring consciousness there, or make a change there, that is going to cause the greatest shift because it's going to empower us the most if we go to the weakest link, right? Or the weakest spot. So oftentimes when lovers come into connection with each other, they trigger the fuck out of each other. And they do often pull each other's shadow out. And that's usually like phase one of the lovers connection. It's kind of like sucking the poison out of a wound here, or yeah. So you very much could have brought the worst out of each other, but I don't really feel as though it was the connection. It was just what was actually meant to happen here. And it's not like someone made you a worse version of yourself. They just showed you something that was already there that you maybe hadn't been aware of or were very uncomfortable with looking at. And so if people are not mature or mastered within themselves or ready or committed to the lovers connection, if they think that they know but they don't know shit, it's like then you're not gonna make it, buddy, because the lovers takes some real courage, guts, and you got to be the emperor and the empress. And if you're not, you won't survive it won't survive. The lovers will not stay together. So, and sometimes with this connection too, because it is so intense and so can be so triggering in so many ways. The triggering's not always negative, right? It can trigger your potential once you remove everything that was preventing you from stepping into your potential. So that's positive. But you do have to go through the uncomfortable part first. And for that reason, this connection, or this kind of connection, can go through phases where you come together, you react to each other, or you catalyze each other, you move apart, and you have a period of personal evolution and growth and experience and insight and integration, and then you come back together and at another level. And how it goes really depends on how aligned you each are when you come back together every time. So, you're telling me that this helped you in a big way move away from the past, but it did that by pointing out your insecurities, your shadow, and fears, deep-seated fears. You also feel as though, is that them? Yeah. You feel like you manifested a phase of like stagnancy or stasis. Because I just asked if this was you that did this, and it said yes. I think it's because you felt really unhappy or drained. The King of Wands in reverse, the 10 of Wands in reverse, the Sun in reverse, the Tower in reverse, the 7 of Wands. It's like you had to protect yourself, and you felt as though you had to protect your heart specifically, because there's so much love here. The Hermit with the Queen of Cups. So we have the Queen and King of Cups. There's a great deal of love between the two of you, but it feels as though this connection did get to be too heavy or intense for you or the person that's on this side that I'm reading first. And you're telling me that you manifested, it's almost like you actively manifested a period of separation where you could rest and, again, integrate a higher understanding. But there needed to be like a dropping of some heaviness, some weight that this brought up or brought out of you. It could have felt quite overwhelming or overstimulating in some way. Okay, so Temperance in reverse being your feelings towards this person currently, and it came out to clarify this acceptance card. It says calming. The trigger statement, I cannot trust anyone. True statement, everyone deserves my love. I open my heart to heal and release. I open myself to the peace of divine love and grace. Came out in reverse. So right now you are saying, I cannot trust anyone. And I am not currently accepting love. I am pushing it away because I don't trust. My heart is not at rest. My heart is not calm. It's not at peace, and I don't trust. So for that reason, you're not seeing everyone as deserving of your love. You're rather defensive. But Temperance in reverse is telling me that there's something about this that is not balanced, or like this is a lack of moderation, or something just being thrown off and not in a state of personal harmony and balance within you. So what is that? What is it that is causing this Temperance in reverse for Libra? The Hermit. You're isolating a lot, too much right now. The Ace of Pentacles, the Devil, the Nine of Swords, the Siren in reverse, Judgment in reverse. What's the opportunity? The Sun in reverse. No. Damn. Okay. If this isn't you, Libra, then switch the roles. But it's telling me that you're projecting an internal state of like unrest in your heart. Essentially, you're projecting trust issues onto this person. You love them, but you don't trust them, and it doesn't actually have to do primarily with them. It has to do with you and something that you have been carrying within yourself. And the reason that I know that is because you're telling me that you want to move forwards and take a new opportunity. You're saying you've isolated yourself from this particular situation and you're like, I'm blocking you out. I'm defensive. I do not trust you. I feel safer alone. There's an element of imbalance in that alone because I don't feel like you're meant to be super isolated at this time. There's something about like a sounding board versus an echo chamber, like you just being in your own echo chamber head. That's not helping you because there's something you're not seeing clearly. And it's about your own mind and the wounds and anxieties that you are carrying with you and not healing. So you're telling me like, I'm pushing away this lover's connection to take a new opportunity, but I'm carrying this imbalance with me into that new opportunity. So that tells me that it wasn't really this. It was you, like it was something that you were already holding. But there's something here you're like, I feel drawn towards that, but I'm not going towards it. I'm not going to try to reconcile that. I'm more so going to just focus on liberating myself from a fear, manifesting like clear abundance, clear stability. There's something where you're like, I don't want it to be complicated. I'm disconnecting from something that didn't work in the past. I'm like full speed ahead, moving in another direction. And you believe that that is the direction of justice. But there's actually something very deep that is healing inside of you while you do this. And I think it's like going to show you that you're not actually navigating towards abundance in this defensive energy. So I want to see what the Five of Pentacles is. Like whenever you're defensive, you are in a state of contraction, right? Because if you're pushing anything away, then you're not in a state of being open to receive. So then you're creating stagnancy or scarcity or lack for yourself just because that energy does not allow you to open and receive when you're defensive, right? And you're saying that you have trust issues and you are defensive right now. You're trying to just like not deal with the core problem, but move forwards and liberate yourself from a fear that you have surrounding trust that you've projected onto this situation. But I think that what happens or what needs to happen is there needs to be moderation in your thinking so that there can be more clarity and acceptance of things that have happened in the past that you might still need to release or you might be carrying in your heart. And I feel like it's skewing your ability to truly discern and see who you can trust now, like in the present, because you're still carrying something in your heart that is not, you haven't fully accepted or integrated or healed those trust issues from the past. You carried them into this connection and then kind of blamed this connection for them, but they were already present. This connection just may have shown you them more clearly or triggered them, but now you're moving forwards and you're carrying that forwards with you. So the Five of Pentacles is your intentions. What is that with this? I feel like you intend to leave this out in the cold. You intend to just kind of like give up, essentially. Leave it in a state of lack, stop reaching towards it, stop giving it any energy. The Four of Swords with the King of Swords in reverse. Okay. So this is telling me that you are deceiving yourself into a state of peace surrounding this. That's your intention. Because the King of Swords in reverse lies to himself. Like he's not clear. And he's certainly not at peace and rest within his mind. And we already see that you're not. But the Four of Swords is the card of meditation and being at peace within your mind. So I feel like this is you lying to yourself in order to create a fake sense of this. Maybe to help you move forwards. It could be kind of like a fake it until you make it thing. Like, I'm telling yourself that you're healed and then one day hoping to wake up and just be healed, right? Something like that. So that you can move away from something that, again, it feels like you're projecting onto this situation that this is the source of lack, and that by leaving it out or being defensive against it or pushing it away, that is going to alleviate the lack. But this is connected to you, not this connection is what I'm seeing. You have a great deal, like there's something that really pulls you in a really deep way to this person. But there's also a lot of frustration and pain surrounding things between you and this person, along with the love. It's almost like the whole spectrum of intense emotion is between the two of you. It's intense, whatever the weather is, whether the weather's good or bad, whether it's like passionate feelings of like, I hate you, and then like, I'm madly in love with you. It feels like you've felt it all with this particular person. And that is very much the lovers again as well. So you're on a journey here. Let's take a look at your person, their side of things, okay? So their energy is coming through as death in reverse, their feelings, the Fool. And the Seven of Pentacles in reverse is their intentions. Tell me about death in reverse. It feels like right now there is an important transformation that both you and this person are not allowing to happen in its natural flow. Because there's something here, I'm going to dig deeper into why this is with death in reverse, but it's like the avoidance of a natural process of transformation or alchemy of energy. And this person is in the energy of death in reverse, which means either that process is taking place, but it's not complete yet. So they could be very like torn apart. It's like taking a clock apart to fix it and then putting all the pieces back together. It's almost like this person feels as though they're disassembled right now while this is happening. Or there's a transformation that they are outright just avoiding or denying altogether. But death doesn't talk about an ending. It talks about something shifting, like changing in a very deep way. Which I guess there's like a type of ending connected to that, but it's not like a card of, you know, like you're breaking up and it's the end kind of thing. That's more the world. So tell me more about death in reverse. Two of Pentacles in reverse. Feels kind of like a stubbornness, like you have an idea or they have an idea of something. The Six of Pentacles that they want to give to. It feels like this person has decided that there is something that they want to give to, and it's almost coming through as though they have it in their mind. They can see themselves giving to it in a certain sort of way or within a certain structure, and they have some sort of vision, and it may be difficult for them to understand differently how to show up. And I'm looking at the deck here, and it came through as like the 10 of Swords, the 9 of Pentacles, and the Empress. So I feel that this person on this side, they have a very abundant energy, but they also have experienced some pretty intense trauma that has made them feel incredibly weak or vulnerable. And I think that they have some patterns or some, they could have PTSD, they could be healing some very deep things. They could be very aware of like some attachment, their attachment style that maybe historically has pulled them into toxic relationships or abusive relationships, things that have not served them but have hurt them. But it's like they have this defined way that they show up in connections because it's been established, and they're having a difficult time currently changing that. Because in their head, they're like, this is the way that you show up to make something work in a practical way. In a practical way. So if this is like, how do I explain this in human vocabulary? Like words. Spirit, help me. Death is kind of an alchemical or energetic process, right? And it's scorpionic energy, so it's very deep emotion and intuition. Also tied, again, like to ascension or psychology, psychological evolution. So something that changes you fundamentally, right? Like the caterpillar turning into the butterfly. It's almost like there's a transformation that the most beneficial or effective way, the optimal way to approach it would be energetically. So maybe through doing shadow work, through cleansing energetically, or focusing on emotional healing, right? Rach, it's resonating. But this person is focused more on showing up in the physical. So if this is the relationship with you, right? Maybe this person has an anxious attachment style. Let's just use that as an example. And the way that they feel, they're like, no, how you show up and show that you care in relationships is like quality time. Like you show up physically and you give your time, energy, effort, and presence, right? In a physical way, you make the choice to, and this is part of it for sure, but there's more to just a relationship than that, right? So it's, you make the choice. This person sees it kind of as, this is just how they perceive, this is their love language almost, but I feel that it's been formed not through their own natural energy or desire, but it's more through something that was a distortion of them in some way. And they're now kind of struggling to break out of that because, again, it is very well established. But I think that they're aware that it's not really working, whatever approach they've been taking. It's just that, like, either someone told them this was the way, or they have done it this way for a very long time, or even been in some sort of oppressive structure where they had to take a certain kind of approach, but they're struggling to shift that now. Okay. The Fool in their feelings for you. It came out clarified by these two cards here. Yeah, I learned from my parents too. Thanks, guys. Don't you love that? The Fool. And then you have, this person has a solar plexus and a heart chakra card. So gratitude and release. So the trigger statement for release, or this says tension, because it came out in reverse. So this person is more in the triggered energy of this, and it says, I have nothing left, versus the true statement, which is, I nurture myself. And it says, dear one, it's time to settle, create a sacred space where you can be, and in that place of rest, healing will unfold. So there's something about this person's confidence and like their, it's coming through as almost soul retrieval that wants to come back because they have closed a very huge, significant chapter. The Fool comes after the World. So some sort of huge karmic chapter has closed for this person. And I feel like now that that's closed, they're recognizing this approach it hasn't been working. It absolutely will not work in this new existence or adventure that they're leaping out into. But they're exhausted from giving in this old way. It feels like this old way was not balanced. It feels, I'm picking up an energy of temperance in reverse, just like, you know, it's on your side, but it feels like this person also has their version of that. Like, they struggle to give themselves time to rest, to truly rest, like mentally, emotionally, and physically, and heal. This is someone that, yeah, they really might have an anxious attachment style, but they feel like they're worthy when they're doing. They feel like their value depends on how they physically show up, and if they're not able to show up in that way physically, it's like they feel as though then they're not proving their worth, and they feel very uncomfortable and tense and stressed about them. So this person is needing to find a new way to approach this, and I think they know that. I know they know that, and they're drained from trying to maintain this old way, but it's not working right now, or they just don't have the answer. They know they can't go back, but they don't know what is in front of them quite yet. So then they have the gratitude card from the heart, and this one came out in the upright, which says the true statement is I am moving, and it says the time for planning is complete. Take action no matter how small and begin today. The trigger statement is I'm overwhelmed. So this it's weird because on one hand, like I have nothing left, but on the other hand, I am moving. It's like not overwhelmed, but more so emptied is what this feels like. But I'm getting the energy that this person has been emptied for a very specific reason. It's like making split space, like spring cleaning, but it's happening in their soul, or it's happening in the way that in their heart, in their spirit, is where this clearing has taken place. Feels like a very large clearing. So this could also be that this person, they've already gone through this huge transformation, but they're not really recognizing it yet, because in their head, they're still thinking about their past way of doing things. But they've actually moved into a much more open-hearted space of gratitude, where they don't feel as overwhelmed and stressed as they used to. Their nervous system is like so used to overgiving or experiencing that kind of tension, it feels like, that is still carrying forward, or they're carrying the torch, even though it's not really super accurate anymore for where they're at, is what I feel. Their intentions being the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. It came out with this resonance card in the upright, which says I'm open to the unknown, versus the trigger statement, which says I am right. See, this person is more open and confident because they are moving from the heart and from a genuine and authentic, grounded place, and they are in a whole new paradigm or reality with the Fool. So I don't know if they haven't taken time to rest, and therefore they haven't totally integrated the understanding that, like, hey, I am not where I once was. I am not who I once was. Something very big has shifted here. But with this resonance card, this person's not in their ego. They're in their heart, and they're coming from their seat of true power. And they're open to learning. They're open to the unknown. They're not assuming that they're right. They're opening themselves to be shown what is dissonant in their life, so that the beliefs that no longer serve them can fall away, and they can move forwards towards a brighter future. But they're saying that their intentions towards you is like the Seven of Pentacles in reverse is not investing. It's not putting time, energy, effort, not committing loyally to something, not showing up consistently. Yeah. Tell me a little more about that Seven of Pentacles in reverse. So it feels like this person, they're going to focus on themselves and their own individual happiness, because they also felt quite wounded and insecure by this situation. Specifically, I think the way that it ended, you may have been the one to walk away here, because you're coming through with more fear than this person. You're coming through as being quite in a state of fear with the Lovers in reverse, but not seeing it with Temperance in reverse, that these trust issues and are very triggered right now. But it seems like your response to that trigger was to push away the thing that you projected the blame onto, which was this person or this situation. And you may have done that from a very I don't want to say selfish, but it was from the ego, and it was from a place of woundedness and insecurity. that you were just like, I gotta look out for just myself, bye, you know, like, and you may have severed this quite, I don't know, something about the way that, basically this person is saying the way people leave says a lot. And the way that Libra pushed me away gave me a lot of insight into something, and it made them feel like shit. So that's not to say that you're a bad person, they're a good person, not to say that at all, but it is to say they are telling me that something about the way things ended made them, it really hurt them very deeply. And they know that they need to move forwards because they feel that whatever was communicated or whatever action you took made it very clear that they are not aligned with you, or that the current state between the two of you is a dissonant one. You're not in resonance with each other right now. It feels like this person may have offered a new opportunity and you were just like, no. I'm dropping the weight of that. That feels heavy. I'm not attracted to you, or I'm not allowing my desire to lead me towards this person anymore. So it might have been quite personal. I'm not sure. But this person, they don't feel like they have no confidence. It just feels like maybe they're a little bit insecure surrounding you in this particular situation. It's not something that extends to their whole life, but yeah. Okay. The source of confusion or discord primarily between the two of you right now is the Three of Swords. Well, that'll do it. And then you have this renewing card of forgiveness, the heart chakra, in reverse. Trigger statement, I did not deserve this. True statement, I forgive. And it says, allow the labels of judgment to disappear. See the situation and individuals through your heart. Forgive yourself. There's something right now that is not renewing between the two of you because the pain is very fresh and you have not forgiven each other or yourself fully yet. There's still this narrative of whatever happened, I did not deserve that, and you both feel this way. So you may have been like, although there was love, this situation was a dumpster fire and I did not deserve that experience, or I loved this person, but they treated me like shit, and I did not deserve that, or something like that. But it's interesting because there's still love here, but there's also grief and heaviness, and there's the weight of heavy emotion that eats away at you when you hold on to it, like resentment, guilt, shame. Because oftentimes when you're not forgiving yourself, right, it's because there is some sort of guilt or shame. You're punishing yourself for something, whether that was abandoning or rejecting yourself or treating someone else in a way, like acting out of accordance with your, I don't know, your character or something like that. But it's telling me that, yeah, just heartbreak, pain, but also specifically the way that you're looking at something painful, that is the cause of confusion and discord. And I think it's because there is a level of still a lack of trust and defensiveness between the two of you that hasn't been healed or renewed, because there hasn't been genuine forgiveness. Not completely anyways. It's like it's an open wound. So it is causing, it's painful, and it's very clear source of confusion. Don't really need to break that down too much. It's very black and white. So the main function or meaning of the connection in your life right now is the Page of Arrows, so swords in reverse. The Page of Swords in reverse with trust in reverse. So subtle, Spirit is. But the trigger statement is, what if something happens? True statement, I take my hands off the wheel. It says, you are not alone. The universe is working with you. Relax and enjoy the adventure. So both you and this person have trust issues, and you both make assumptions because of these unhealed wounds that you had before you even knew each other. I can't state enough how you were not the cause of this mistrust, this woundedness within each other. You just aggravated it or brought it to the surface to be looked at. So you may have, like, because of the intensity or the crazy way that it came out of you, you may have blamed one another very much, but it wasn't actually the other person. You could have projected a lot onto each other, though, because the Page of Swords in reverse is about assumptions. So this talks about assumptions made from a place of lack of trust, a place of fear. What if something happens? This is basically like assuming the worst case scenario. So I think that it's meant to show you where you do that, where you essentially get in your own way because you don't stay open and curious. You don't really trust yourself, others, or even the fact that the universe is working with you for your highest and best good as you move forwards. Wow. See, the thing is, there's something that could be so incredibly powerful and beautiful, but there's a certain way that it needs to be moved into. And it has to be secure and sure. Like, it has to be assured. So there needs to be strength behind both people's strength and clarity behind your emotional truth that fuels your willpower and your passion and essentially like the why behind what you're doing, right? You need to know why you're moving towards one another. But the Chariot, the High Priestess, and the Queen of Cups, I feel like the reason that you would be moving towards each other, and the Navigator, is because this naturally feels like it's something that is on your path and you're meant to align with it from a place of unconditional love. So there need to be forgiveness, tuning into your emotional truth, your intuitive truth, and then admitting, like, bitch, I love you. So I'm not going to think about what if the worst case scenario happens. I'm going to focus on the love instead of the fear. And then I'm not going to get in my own way. And then what are you moving directly into? A huge amount of abundance and joy. These are the two most abundant and expansive cards in the entire deck. This is like winning the jackpot in terms of just like joy and internal state of being, but also that would be reflected in your external state. Like a lot of financial abundance, a lot of freedom, just a really beautiful, rich experience of life that's very deeply fulfilling. But there has to be trust and certainty moving towards each other to get that. And it feels like the cycle that needed to close out, that this was helping that happen, is a cycle of anxiety that may have even been past life. But there's something pretty intense here. You're not crying. Aww. Healing, woo. But that's what I see for you, Libra. Right now it's saying you're both more focused on yourselves because you're aware that there is healing that needs to be done. There's still a little bit of avoidance on certain levels here for each of you, but you're very aware of the love. The love is still very much alive and well, and it is the energy that the two of you share currently. And it's interesting because when you really tune in to your truth, and this is why it's so important for you to do this, I think, because when you really do tune into your truth, the shared energies between the two of you, right, is insight, soothe, and comfort. So this tells you right away that this connection is not actually the cause of more trust issues in your life. It's just showing you them so that you can heal and soothe them. But this says, right, like there's a higher purpose. I trust my heart, even though the rest of the reading was like, I have trust issues. I don't trust anyone. Whatever it is that you feel for this person and they feel for you, there is a part of each of you that you absolutely trust what you feel, and it does bring you some sense of clarity and soothing feeling, but it feels almost like you deny that, or you reject that, or you take then your anxiety and project it at that. You're like, that couldn't be right, that can't be true for some reason. So Yeah, I'm not sure. There just seems to be like a bit of confusion surrounding where the trust issues are actually coming from and how to truly reconcile them so that you don't just carry them forwards and, keep cutting out people assuming that they are the source when really it's a wound that you never healed. So there's something there about that with you and this person. Well, that's what I see. So we're gonna move on to Scorpio. You are welcome. Okay. Let's see. Scorpio. Okay. How are you guys doing? How you doing out there? You doing okay? There's something in my eyeball. Okay, what deck do I want to use for Scorpio? Channeling a song. What's up, yeah? Still awake? Still here. Okay. Luna's so cute, snuggling on the bed. I'll put this there. Okay, what oracle deck do I want to use for Scorpio? Okay, I want to use the Lenormand. I did that for one sign in the past, in the other half of this reading too. I can't remember. I think it might have been Virgo. All right, so we'll clarify with the Lenormand as an oracle deck, even though it's kind of its own thing. It's not, well, it is its own thing. It's not an oracle deck, but we'll use that to clarify. Okay, Scorpio. Tune me into Scorpio and the person that's on their mind. Very interesting. I'm seeing like the visual of, I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like you're seeing this person through a specific lens and you're trying to preserve the way that you see them currently. So you may be taking distance to isolate from this person because the current state that they're in, you don't feel like it is an accurate representation of the truth of who they are, or you feel like it's very, for some of you, you feel it's very, very, like, I wanted to say repulsive, but like quite unattractive. It's coming through as this, which is a little bit of just, not a little bit. This is like the ego, all the ego. And it's like lies. This is kind of like, I don't know. This could be pretty bad or not that bad. This could just be someone that's highly insecure, not in dominion of themselves, in a very like kind of depressed state and very, very mentally confused. But it could also be someone who is a liar, a cheater, manipulative. I don't know. But you're kind of saying, I'm trying to preserve the perception of this person that I have, and it is not what not the energy they're currently in, though. So you could be taking time away from them in order to still see them through a specific lens. That's what I'm feeling. So, hi, Scorpio. Okay, I'm going to pull your cards here, but messages are already channeling through, so I'm just going to timestamp you now. But yeah, I was just saying, I feel like it's almost as though you have framed this person a specific way. That's not really the right way to say it. It's you've witnessed this person. And you feel like the way they're showing up now is not their most empowered self or their most aligned self with with them. So I feel that you could be pulling back because it's like you don't want, it's almost like it hurts you to see this person in a state of disconnect from their higher self, is kind of how that's coming through. Or maybe that's them to you, but take it how it resonates. Okay. Or maybe to both to each other. I'm not really sure. And it could be many things that would put you or a person in that state. So it's not necessarily like they're a bad person. It could just be that they're very triggered, or that something incredibly, like they're going through a tower moment or a dark night of the soul, and they're being very pushed, or they're having to integrate their shadow, or they're really being challenged in certain ways that kind of do bring the worst qualities out of them, but it's to show them so that they can grow and heal and evolve. It's not meant to be so that they can stay stagnated in that state. But let's see what comes out. So tap me into Scorpio and this person very, very clearly, and show me what's going on. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what do we want to clarify with the Lenormand here, though? It's looking a little complex. Of course, it's a Scorpio reading. Okay, we're not taking any reversals with the Lenormand. Let me put all the cards in the upright. Okay, where do we need more clarity here, Spirit? What can I... let's clarify that right there first and foremost, maybe. Tell me about that, actually. So I see Capricorn, Cancerian energy, and Aquarian energy super strong here, as well as Pisces. What else do I want to clarify? Tell me about that there. Okay, just one more thing. Ugh. Okay, we're going to clarify the hell out of all this, but let's see what's going on. So it's saying that the current energy between you and this person is the Ace of Pentacles in reverse right now. Okay. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse can mean a couple different things. It can mean that a divine opportunity, something that was very Like with the aces, it's always something that is offered to you because it is in alignment with you and it is meant to offer you something divine. It's a blessing, especially with the Ace of Pentacles. So this could either be that something was offered but is now on hold because of indecision or because of people actively rejecting it, or else that an opportunity was offered but rejected altogether and has now turned into like a missed opportunity. So tell me about this Ace of Pentacles in reverse. This can also be about something that was like a false start, or it kept on starting and stopping and not, like you never got to a place of fulfillment where the energy actually got moving in a healthy direction, especially emotionally, I feel like. I think the truth here is that both of you really wanted this and you both tried to manifest, but there was a lack of hope. And it's interesting because it's saying that the lack of hope is directly tied to your awareness that this connection is like, could bring you a great amount of fulfillment and happiness. So maybe there are trust issues there where you became extremely aware, like, wow, maybe like this is the person of my dreams, or this is a really shiny opportunity and I feel like there's a huge potential for happiness and fulfillment and expansion here. But then things did not unfold like effortlessly or the way that you planned. Or else, yeah, you already had a scarcity or lack-based mindset that you carried into this surrounding commitment, and it caused you to not have hope and make some assumptions. I feel like this, though, is a self-fulfilling prophecy, what happened between you and this person. I don't think that it was necessarily conscious, but I do think that the two of you got in the way of something good here because of the way that you were thinking about it from a fearful place. So there's something here about that. But you're showing me you both tried to manifest it. You both saw it as being very abundant, beautiful, as a gift from the divine, something that you both wanted to reach out and take. And you're saying that you expressed that to the universe, the magician. You made your intentions very, very clear. I need to take this earring off because it keeps getting stuck in my hair and it's really annoying. Okay. Yeah, there's something here about this. It's like you told the universe what you wanted and it came to you, but then you maybe didn't believe it, or because it didn't unfold, like it's almost like you saw it as being a blessing, you saw it as being fated or destined for you, and maybe there was the assumption that everything was just going to be absolutely effortless because of that. But that was not the case. And so there was a dashing of hope, or I feel like there was a lack of hope brought into the situation, though, from the past as well for some reason. So let's take a look at your side of things first. And keep in mind that if this sounds more like the other person, then just reverse the roles, because that is rather normal for a general reading. So the energy that you are in currently is the Two of Swords. You have a difficult decision to make and you haven't made it yet. You're still between the two. And it doesn't seem like you have the clarity right now to feel confident in making that choice. Tell me about this Two of Swords energy. Could feel like you're between a rock and a hard place, so that some sort of action that's been taken has put you... Okay. The Ten of Swords. You see something very clearly. There's been pain and woundedness here, and I'm not saying it's anyone's fault specifically, but you're showing me that you know that something needs to be healed or made right between the two of you. Something would need to be like left in the past, forgiven. You would need to have a conversation, a vulnerable conversation, an open and intimate conversation, sharing your feelings, understanding the other person's point of view or side of things, holding space to understand the other person's side of things, and coming at it from a non-defensive place. Like, you're showing me that you're very aware that unless that happens from a non-defensive place, something will not be healed or reconciled here unless there is a higher perspective that puts you both back in a state of being confident and not at odds, or in a state of internal conflict or tension. That reconciliation won't happen because there has been something here that has broken the trust and has wounded both of you. So I feel like with the Two of Swords, you're just not sure if you have the energy to push through to reconcile, or if you're too drained and if you should just move forwards. You're not sure if you should keep on fighting to push through, to apply this Ace of Wands, because you're already in the Nine of Wands, which means, like, if you do apply yourself, victory is basically, like, assured. The Nine of Wands is an energy of, like, you've already put so much in, you're almost at the finish line. Like, you can see the finish line. Even if you're not aware of that, that's where you're at energetically when you're in the Nine of Wands. And it means that you've already put enough in that you've gained speed. So it's kind of like you're rolling downhill, and although you might be exhausted, you will complete what you've set out to do if you keep at it. But you're saying, like, I'm drained as fuck because I'm exhausted and my energy is drained. I'm confused about how passionate I even am still about this. And you're just not sure that, because you know you have a lot of fire, passion, desire. And at one point, I think you took that and you moved towards this believing that it was very, very much for you, like with no hesitancy in your heart. But something here didn't go as planned, and that set you back. But you can't control the Wheel of Fortune. Like, you can't have a plan surrounding this. This is fate. This is destiny, right? So it's like, that may have been the problem if you tried to, like, dictate the terms of something and it didn't go as planned. It's because you can't dictate the terms of the Wheel of Fortune. It's a divine timing thing. It's a situation that is out of your control. So it feels like there's an element to that, or of that. Your feelings and intentions for this person, though, the Chariot and the Devil, with the Anchor and the Lily. Okay. Let's see about this. So, in your feelings, the Chariot and the Anchor, it's interesting because you're very sure of your feelings for this person. You're actually quite secure internally in them, but actually finalizing them, stabilizing them, and anchoring them into physical reality makes you very anxious. So it's like you're comfortable with understanding and even admitting maybe how you feel internally, but then the idea of really tying yourself to this thing, or maybe like actually putting yourself in a committed investment, or I don't know, essentially taking this opportunity seriously and treating it the way that, like, actually honoring it and showing up in a healthy way for it, that stresses you out. And the anchor is about the things that anchor us to ourselves and to our lives, things that are stable and long lasting and can help us reach our goals and our aspirations. But they do require consistency and commitment and a vision of the destination that you do want to reach, so you can stay grounded and persistent, because the stability comes from being supported and being reliable. But this is an energy of long-term stability. And with the Chariot, it's like, you know, internally, in a very deep place, in your like soul and your heart, your feelings and your will, you know that this could go the distance and stand the test of time, and that it would bring you in certain ways closer to yourself, like home to yourself, or to a grounded and secure place within yourself. So it feels like your feelings are quite, like, you're pretty sure, but yet you're still on the fence about making some sort of decision. It could just be because you feel like you don't have the energy right now, or you don't know how to approach it based on something that happened in the past. With that Ten of Swords, yeah, some sort of injustice. It hasn't been walked away from, but in order to give to it well the weight of the past and what didn't work, it has to be dropped. It has to be dropped. There's also something here about okay, so this might not be for everyone, but I just asked for validation and they said yes, this is true. So this might be for some people, but you may have like said that you're not single, or that you took another opportunity. Essentially, you may have said, though, it doesn't have to do necessarily with not being single or being in another relationship, but it's saying that there's a lie that you told to this person, but it wasn't true. It's like you told them that you leapt out into something new, but you haven't. And it feels like you said this to, I don't know, you were in a competitive ego-based space when you said this. You may have been triggered or wanting to like win a situation between you and this person, or maybe like hurt them before they could hurt you. It just feels petty a little bit, but it feels like you were trying to force this down a path of, well, it feels like you were actually trying to end this for good. So at one point you may have said or done something to blow this up, or to hurt someone, or just to hurt the connection. And I'm not entirely sure why, but you're saying like, I was so sure that I was in so much pain that I was like, I don't want to reconcile this. I don't want to feel this pain anymore. I just want this to end. And so you picked a path where you're saying that you're admitting that you acted selfishly, or, oh man. Yeah, I see why you're at odds with yourself now, because the Seven of Swords in reverse, so underneath the illusion and the lie is the Ten of Cups. But it feels like instead you acted in a way that was like the Ten of Swords. So there could have been deception, betrayal, or just like blatant lies told here. And I feel like at the time you believed that doing that was preventing you from more pain in this situation. So maybe it was like a really, like a violent pushing of this person away. And you could have said something that you knew would hurt them, like, yeah, well, I went out and effed someone new last night. And then you know this person really values like loyalty. So it's almost like you said something that you knew would break their heart, maybe, or you took an action that you felt there was no coming back from because you didn't want there to be a coming back at that exact time. I feel like you've changed your mind about that, because under this illusion, like when you're looking at the truth, there's quite a strong clarity surrounding how you feel. So I want to see what this devil with the lily is for your intentions. Because I see like that's where you're at odds now, because it's almost like I can't go back. I already blew that up, but because I blew it up, I also don't know if I can go forwards or how to approach this. But it feels like there's a difficulty because maybe you're more emotionally clear and convicted and sure of what you want and feel now than you ever have been before about this. But now you don't know how to approach it, or you don't know if there's even a door open left to approach it. It feels like you're going to make a very bold move. So the devil is not toxic here. This is more representative of a very focused and determined Capricornian, like grounded, let's fucking get down to business, let's do this thing kind of energy. And it's like, I'll do whatever it fucking takes because I know what I'm going to get on the other side. And not I'll do whatever it takes, like I'll hurt someone again on purpose, or you know, if that's even exactly what you did, take that part how it resonates for you. But it feels like there was something that was meant to sever, that now you're like, mistakes were made, regrets have occurred, you know, because you've decided that you really want to give to this. And I think that you feel like you have an understanding of what is needed to actually, for this opportunity to truly flourish and be everything that you initially thought that it was. You're saying that you want to give with from a disarmed place. You don't want to be defensive, and you don't want to fight this person. You want to be on the same team. You want to be supportive and reciprocal in the energies. So it could have felt like you were at odds with yourselves and each other in the past, but this is like the pursuit of happiness with your whole self, like with every fucking ounce of yourself, with conviction, like with the Chariot and the Devil. This is the kind of conviction where, like, if you decide you're going to be famous, you're going to be famous. If you decide you're going to be the president of the fucking, like, you're going to become the, like, you're going to make it fucking happen. Trust that. No cap. Like, it's going down with this energy. This is, like, laser focused, and your practical movements and actions and investment is directly aligned with and backing up your emotional and, like, soul level or spiritual conviction. So your internal conviction is fueling this very focused, very driven, very like, not afraid to put the work in because I know what I fucking want and I am sure about it energy. And it's the lily that you want with this person, because this is your intentions towards this. And in the Lenormand, the lily is actually, it's probably like one of my favorite cards of all the Lenormand cards. It is a little bit complicated, but when do I not love complicated things? But the lily is very much about peace and maturity, personal satisfaction, contentment, and, like, entering into an extended period of feeling abundant, grounded, at peace, in a state of tranquility and relaxation. It also refers to sexuality. So it talks about being passionately sensual, and also on the flip side, still having this element of, like, of innocence to you. Sorry, these are really tight and I need to retie them. My tights, they're like cutting off the circulation at my waist. Don't mind me. But so it talks about sex, pleasure, material and bodily comforts, but it also talks about, like, virtue, purity, morality, things that align with you ethically. So it can talk about how you essentially share your life force energy based on your ethics as well, or what you put your energy towards, since sexual energy is life force energy as well. But it ultimately is a card of peace, harmony, wisdom, contentment, serenity, because you are in direct alignment with your morals and values. It is a very positive energy. So you're saying you see very clearly that if you disarm yourself and you throw your whole self into this, like you really want it, and if the other person does it and there is reciprocated give and take, then you know that this could lead you there. And you're telling me that that's why that's your intention towards this. I'm not totally sure why you're in the energy of the Two of Swords then currently. It's like maybe you haven't acted on this decision yet, but you're kind of showing me through your intentions and feelings that it's like I feel you've already made the choice. So I want to clarify that again a little more. The Two of Swords. So why is Scorpio in the Two of Swords if their feelings and intentions are so clear? I just want to double check why that is, because you could feel like the conditions aren't perfectly right yet, or like the timing's not right. What the heck? There's still some sort of disappointing assumption that you're making here. And it's throwing you off. So it's like you, on a soul level and a heart level, something very much resonates with you. You feel very pulled towards it. It's more your mental state that is catching up and still evolving surrounding something. The Ace of Wands, the Ace of Cups in reverse, and the Six of Swords in reverse with the Two of Cups under that. Your thinking surrounding union and sharing your heart and your energy, and even around desire in relation to love or intimacy in relation to love, sex in relation to love, passion in relation to love. There's something about the relationship between those where it's like you're telling me that you realize you have a shitload of desire and inspiration and passion that pulls you towards this, but you need to get a little more reconnected with your heart. Or you are saying that you've been disappointed, and you know that your heart space of all the places is where maybe you are less likely to give everything without trust issues, or there's still something heavy maybe in the heart space that needs to be released, or you need to start thinking about it differently before you can truly align with this person. So it almost feels like you know what you want to do, you know what you feel, but there's a process that's still taking place in you, and it has to do with your thinking shifting. And you're aware you can't rush it, but you need that to happen before you actually can make this choice from a super confident place. Because this old way of thinking is kind of getting in the way. Okay, so let's look at the other side of things, this person, okay? They're in the energy of the Queen of Cups. Their feelings, the Page of Cups in reverse, and their intentions, the Seven of Cups. Okay. Well, this person loves you. No question. They love you. They love you when you're in their life. They love you when you're not. They love you when you're near. They love you when you're far. They love you when you're green. They love you when you're blue. No, this is not a Dr. Seuss book, but this person loves you no matter fucking what. They got a big old heart, and they love the shit out of you. There's this, I'm channeling this. I want to show you it because I think it's just on my phone here, but I'm seeing it in my head. Because I feel like this is how this person views you. I need to clean my screen because it is a disaster of fingerprints, and you will not be able to see. Let me find this photo. Okay, it's this. I was seeing this. My problem is that when I hate you, I love you. And when I love you, oh God, I love you. This person is literally like, when I hate you, I still fucking love you. And so then think about when I love you. It's like this person has all of the love, and it's one of those things. It's like no matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter what we go through, it's already been proven to this person, or they feel like they already have a deep understanding that that love's not going anywhere. It's kind of like an immovable force within them that they are not fighting, they are not unsure about, they are very aware. And yeah, so that's how that's coming through with the Queen of Cups as the energy that they're in. Their feelings and intentions towards you, the Page of Cups and the Seven of Cups. Tell me about the Page of Cups in reverse here for their feelings. Feels like they're feeling a little bit lonely, wounded, and misunderstood, but it's coming through as like rejection. And whatever this is, it did hit them right in the heart, right in a very tender spot in their heart. It could have even touched on like an abandonment or rejection wound that's tied to their inner child with this Page of Cups in reverse. They feel like a very pure part of them, though, was maybe rejected or wounded here. So it's almost like I love you, but I love you, but I'm hurt. And oh yeah. So they're saying they're now kind of decided that they need to disconnect from their emotions surrounding you. They don't know how they're going to do that. But they're saying that they need to do that because you showed them that you are disconnected emotionally from them. And they're saying that you showed them this in a way that is undisputable or indisputable. Like there is an action that you had taken that this person perceives as being very... It's like if they ever wanted to make things right with me again, they would not have made that decision. So it's like maybe you went out and started dating someone new. Maybe you went out and, you know, slept with someone, or maybe you just, again, maybe you pushed them away in a very severe kind of way. But it feels like there's a choice you made that in this person's mind showed them very clearly that you're at peace with moving forwards in a new direction, that you're doing that. What's up, Nico? Hi, my love. Aw, you're welcome. And that you're invested somewhere else and it's not them. They see it as also being maybe with something that you're not truly aligned with, but this person, they feel like you're the lovers and you're aligned with something else or moving in the direction of something that's the Two of Cups in reverse. They feel like you're actively making choices to push away from them, but you in your feelings and intentions are showing me the exact opposite of that. So that's telling me that your actions or words that you have had with this person absolutely did not align with how you truly feel. Because I think if this person knew how you truly feel, none of this would be, like, they would not be in the energy that they're in where they feel like they need to disconnect and they're super, super wounded. Because it would be like, oh, I fucking love you unconditionally. I see that you also love me unconditionally. That we're both passionate and convicted about one another, and that we both want, like, we both have desire and want to move towards one another kind of thing. But I think this person feels as though there's competition, or that they are an option, or just we're always just an option or something like that. Yeah, there's the Ten of Swords in the upright. They're saying that something was hidden from them that was a deep injustice. And this, I feel like, came to light. And it's like it showed them that, like, they still see themselves as the Empress. They're like, I'm abundant and I'm okay on my own. Not only that, but I definitely still have this, like, undeniable love that seems to just last like a cockroach through anything. It's like you could throw an atom bomb on this shit and it would still, like, crawl out from under the rubble and be like, I still love Scorpio. You know, that's how they're seeing it. But they're saying that something was revealed that was a great injustice, a huge, in their mind, a massive deception, a massive betrayal, a massive rejection, and it hurt them very, very deeply in a really tender place. And they are feeling like for that reason they have to disconnect. But they're disconnecting not because they want to, they're disconnecting because they feel that you are already disconnected. So, what is the Seven of Cups in this person's intentions? It came out with the tree, the Lenormand card, the tree. It's coming through as, like, nursing themselves back to health, exploring their options, dreaming again, opening up their vision to, like expanding their vision beyond just you, because it feels like this person is like, all I see is you, legit. Like you're the first choice. There is no close second. There is no second. There is no options. There were never any options with me because you're the one that I want, and I've always known that kind of thing. This person's very, like, they know how they feel about the love. They are very at peace. They are not running from their truth. There's something where maybe this person in the past tried to deny their feelings, but now they're at this point where they're like, even when I hate you, I fucking love you. So that's that. I guess I'll just deal with it. But with this, it's like their intention is to expand their vision, to look at horizons that exist outside of you, essentially to see what their options are now that they know that you're not one of them. They don't feel like you're one of them, based on whatever has happened or whatever was revealed or done or told here. Did the tree say anything else in here? But okay, so the tree, it talks about, I have some notes about Lenormand cards because they're quite, like, there's quite a lot to learn and I'm still learning. But the tree it talks mostly about health, your growth, and your life, not just in your physical body, but the overall health of your life and how things are growing. And it's about bringing solidity into your life in some sort of area. So it talks about healing, grounding, growth, endurance, and even working through karma. So basically, yeah, this person, they want something that is grounded, that is real, that is solid, and that can stand the test of time. And it's like their intention is that they're going to explore what might lead them in that direction. They're going to try to dream again. It's coming through as like, I'm going to daydream, I'm going to fantasize and see if I can form a new vision that is not so centered around Scorpio. The Five of Wands. They're a little conflicted, though, about looking at their options because they feel slightly insecure. Because at the beginning of their connection with you, this person is saying that they were very sure that they manifested you and that you were a blessing and in alignment with them, their highest self. They believed that you were like the one, a soulmate, like very strong connection, and they wanted to build a life with you is how it's coming through. But because that didn't move forwards, it made this person a little insecure. They feel as though they manifested something deceptive, something that couldn't actually be trusted. And they are questioning their own sense of confidence and security and how they manifest, because they're like, did I manifest from a super insecure place? Because what I manifested in was something that was deceptive or was not what it seemed. They thought that it was the lovers, but then however it played out has made them question that. And so they're sort of in a state of conflict about opening themselves up or trying to manifest like a whole new relationship until they get that sorted and find out what the source of that like incongruence was. Because they're basically saying like, do I love Scorpio? Yes, but it was not what I thought that it was, or else we'd be together and, you know, we'd love each other and we'd be together loving each other. And so they're like, instead I'm alone loving Scorpio and Scorpio's off doing who knows what, not giving a fuck about me is kind of how this person's feeling. And so they're kind of wondering like where they lost the plot in terms of what they called in? Where were they not being honest with themselves about the energy they were in, or where they may not have been healed that may have caused them to call in someone that mirrored their wounds rather than mirroring their like most whole high self. Okay, so I don't know exactly what happened with that, but yeah, something went down here that deeply affected this person. All right, so the primary source of confusion or discord at this time between the two of you is the star in reverse. And then the meaning or function of this connection right now in your life is the Eight of Swords. Well, the confusion's coming from a place that is not healed. The star in reverse. And the function is to highlight that there's meant to be confusion and discord right now. And because you're supposed to look at this unhealed place, both of you. And I think that that's actually the reason why this couldn't come together initially. Because there was old wounds that were still always going to get in the way. And it has a lot to do with fear. So old unhealed things that there's fear attached to because they're still kind of like open wounds or vulnerable places within you. Could be where there's trust issues. It could be where there is, abandonment, fears of rejection, fears of not being accepted or understood by someone that you love, feelings of or fears of a lack of reciprocity, or not being chosen, not being lovable. It could be a number of things, but these fears are meant to be highlighted right now so that healing can happen. That is the function of this connection at this time. So if you are feeling fear, or you're feeling like that's coming up to the surface, then that's actually the reason. It's meant to happen. Not as punishment, but so you can work through it. Yeah, the moon just came out, which literally talks about our deepest fears, insecurities, doubts, wounds. The moon and the sun in reverse with the King of Swords. So there are wounds that are being highlighted right now, and you're meant to see them incredibly clear, like with very clear discernment with that King of Swords. You're meant to look at the moon with very clear discernment, because there's something about you, because of these fears and wounds that you have, being more comfortable in the moon or in a state of darkness than actually being in a state of fulfillment. Being more comfortable being in a state of like longing than actual fulfillment, for instance. So like you could be more comfortable longing after or yearning for someone, but never actually having that desire met in a deep and fulfilling or stable kind of way. And that's because you're scared that will just be ripped away from you. So it's almost like I'm more comfortable with the fantasy, but never actually getting the thing. But that's a lie. That's based on fear. What would happen if you did actually get the thing? Do you feel like you truly deserve it? Do you feel like you can trust it? Do you feel like you'd be okay if something happened and you did lose it? These are all things I feel like that you're meant to work through at this time with this person, and this connection is meant to bring those things up. So that's what I see. That's the current function. There is some healing that needs to take place. I also think, though, that there's very clear communication that needs to take place, because it's saying that there is like an opportunity to, with moderation or harmony and balance, leap out into something. But right now, as things stand, there's an insecurity that is coming from a misunderstanding or pain that's been inflicted, and love needs to be poured on that wound, or something needs to be made right so that someone can understand. And it feels like when truth and understanding is brought to a situation, then the hurt will be dissolved. It's like once it makes sense, then there can be forgiveness and forward progress beyond it, okay? yeah, the letter, literally written communication, clear written communication. This might need to come from the person, yeah, the masculine, because the sun and the man is right behind the letter. So the person who is more masculine or more, I feel like that's coming through as you, though. You're just in a more assertive masculine energy with the Chariot and the Devil. Um, you seem more like clear and assertive. So I feel like, yeah, well, you basically already told me you are the one that would need to take some action or clear something up with this person, but you don't quite know how to do that yet. So that's what I'm seeing, Scorp. All right, we're gonna move on to Sagittarius. Let's see. Sagittarius. Okay. I can't see through my glasses. I really need to get my lenses replaced. They're so scratched. And the other day I was like, I literally can see better without my glasses on right now. Vanessa. Hello, beautiful. How are you? Okay. Good to see you here. Saggy. What up, baddies? What up, gangsters? Loons, you want to say hi to Sag? Noonie. Boot my finger if you love me. She didn't boot my finger. She doesn't love me. All right, there's Luna though. She saying hi. She's chilling on the bed, just a whole ass vibe as per usual. All right. Let's connect to Sagittarian's energy. I think I have to pee before I dive into this. I think I have to quickly go to the washroom. I'm just sitting here chugging down like an iced double dirty chai. Like nobody's business. Okay. Hey, mama. Hey, big hairy mama. You getting up? She got up and is just like staring at a fixed point on the blanket, not blinking. Me too, girl. Me too. When I first, first waking up vibes. Samesies. You want to see the adorableness of the Luna beans? Looney, you want to come? Come say hi. Want to come say hi? Hi, mama. Hi, mama. Look at her little cute paws. Oh, you're so cute. She's just purring. Aw. Did you want some snugs? Hi, sweet girl. Hi, sweetie. Hi, honey. Love you. Love you. Hi. You wanna look at me? You want some treats? Just for being fucking cute? Oh, you're stuck to my shirt. You're stuck to my shirt. Okay. There's Loons. I'm gonna go to the washroom quickly. God, I'm gonna have to remove the hair as well. And give her a treat. And as soon as I get back, you guys, we're gonna start with Sag. Why do I still have that song in my head? Ah! That one went on the ground, Loons. That'll be a happy surprise for you to find later at some point. Happy surprise. I don't know where that one went. Oh, it's right here, just kidding. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. I'm just gonna quickly feed Django, my Rottweiler, some din-dins, and I'll be back in a moment because he's out there looking cute and hungry. All right, we're back. We're back. Okay. Sagittarius. Luna has moved closer. She's like, she's just sitting right there. So she's very present, just in case, just because you can't see her. Oh, she's here. Hi, Pookie. Okay. Okay, so tune me in to Sagittarian's energy and the person that's on their mind, please. Just need to move this lamp back. Okay. Comfortable. Okay, show me Sag. Just sitting there purring for no apparent reason. Just loving life, huh? Just a whole vibe. That's what you are. Oh, you're coming closer for some snuggies, hey? Sure. Say hi to the peeps while I lay the cards. Hi, sweetie beanie. Hi, sweetie beans. Let's see. Love you. What's in your eyeball? Get that out of there. Got something in your eyeball. Yes. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well. Luna. Just the side profile of her staring. Why are you actually the most precious and adorable creature on the planet? Do you have an answer? Can you tell me? Okay. Tell me about that current energy between okay. Why? Okay. Hi, Sag. All right, let's take a look at you and the energies between you and this person. I just heard spicy, so I don't know if I'm not getting like a, well, maybe. I'm not really getting like a sexual vibe from that, but that could be for some of it or for some of you, but I'm getting more like you have spicy feelings surrounding someone, as in like you're a little bit pissed, you know? 50-50 whether you'd punch them in the jugular if they were in front of you right now. Kind of feeling a little bit like that. You're almost giving me that energy of like, I won't know until I'm in the moment. You know, the devil or the angel. It's really 50-50 at this point. Either one could pop out at this bitch. So I feel that maybe it's been a bit of a mixed bag in terms of your experience with this person. That's the energy I'm getting immediately. But the shared energy is the world in reverse with this heart portal card. This. I can see that better. It's quite an interesting card. Justice in reverse, the sun in reverse. You could have invested quite a bit into something from the heart here. I'm feeling like a lot of energy flowing through the portal of your heart and being invested into something. And it almost feels like, well, yeah, in a reciprocated way at one point that was happening between you and this person. The portals of your hearts were both open and it feels like you were flowing, or there was energy flowing between the two of them. Then it feels like something that was considered, it's like you were both feeding or growing something in with this sort of belief and feeling and maybe vision that it was leading to justice in the sun, something karmic, something divine, something very much meant for you, very much a blessing, something that would bring you a lot of joy and fulfillment. But then it's showing me that all of a sudden the 10 of Wands in reverse, the 3 of Swords, the 2 of Swords in reverse, the 2 of Cups in reverse. It's like all of a sudden, you peeped something, didn't you? Did you see something with that full moon in Sag? Did you get like an intuitive hit or something? It's telling me that all was good. You were feeling the vibe. The vibes were there. They were present. Things may have been spicy in a different way back then. There may have been a lot of attraction. That could have even been something that kind of blurred your vision a little bit. But it's looking like you were giving, things were good, you were perceiving things as being balanced and positive, working towards the same goal with someone. But then all of a sudden you're like, I'm dropping that weight. I'm cutting that off, even if it causes me pain. Like all of a sudden, I am very sure that this is not in alignment with me. But it's something that seems to happen like just like that, or it happened just like that. I want to see what the heart portal card says here in this book. Okay, something says, take a moment to visualize your strength. A transformation in the heart can be quite disorienting. This transformation, although difficult, holds importance. A heartache can reshape how we choose to be loved and respected. If you're not currently experiencing those changes, it may be a good time to consider how you are holding space for your heart and those who are closest to you. I feel like you are perceiving something through the lens of heightened awareness, though. you are perceiving beyond the surface into the root of issues. And there's some sort of deeper understanding you have, but it's like transcendent. It's very you. It's very, I am the philosopher of the zodiac. It's very, my thinking is now outside of the box. I'm in the understanding of the fabric of the universe. I'm not in like the dictionary looking for Oxford's boring definition of something. You know, you're like, no, we're on another level. But I think that it was your heart that perceived something here. Something could have transformed in your heart. And I think that something caused you pain, and it reshaped how your perspective on how you want to be loved and respected. So maybe you didn't feel loved or respected, or you realized all of a sudden that someone was not seeing you the way that seeing or treating you maybe the way that you actually desire and deserve to be. And it could have been one of those things where you're like, yeah, it was fun, or yeah, it was sexy for a while, but then I kind of realized someone was just showing up, not being that serious or clear, or maybe, I don't know, even honest or respectful or loyal or something like that. Something that would have really pissed you off. It feels like it's like it's not a red flag. It's a hard boundary for you. It's like, this is a hard no if someone acts like this. So this would be like, for me, it's like someone who's disloyal, someone who cheats, someone who I cannot trust. Once you show that to me without the shadow of a doubt, you will never be back in my heart in the same way again. You'll never be back in the intimate recesses of my heart. And if I know that you're that kind of person, I'll never get close to you. Because I don't have any respect for that. Personally. And I don't want to be around it, and I don't want to be treated that way, or yeah. So that could be anything for you. It doesn't have to be that specific thing, but I do feel like there is something. However, it's the world in reverse is like there's a cycle that's still not closed, or there's something that's still open here. Not in a state of completion just yet. That's a lot of cards that just fell out. The Eight of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, Seven of Swords, and the Eight of Swords in reverse. And then the Hierophant in reverse and the Emperor. You're like, Lisa, I'm currently working on it. You're working on closing out an open cycle. You let someone into your heart here. You may have assumed that they had the same kind of heart as yours, or that they were able to speak your language, you know, translate pick up what you're throwing down, but not in like a, that's exactly literally what I said kind of way. More like, no, like we see each other, we feel each other, we vibe, and we are kind of naturally moving towards the same things. Because we have the same values, beliefs, and our energies are aligned. That was, you came to realize that was not the case. There's some sort of illusion here. I feel like someone could have presented themselves in a way that was not 100% true. And it honestly, Sag, it doesn't I know that you know this already, but I just still feel like I need to say it. It doesn't matter if this person straight out lied and deceived and betrayed you, or if they did that by like omission or more subtle manipulation tactics. It's still fuckery. It's still nonsense. But I know that you know that. And that's why you're like, I'm literally working on closing this cycle out. And that could be through just gaining a deeper understanding, or that heightened consciousness of, why did I attract this to begin with? What about this drew me to it, or kept me from seeing maybe the truth of it for as long as I did? Or maybe why even am I still somewhat attracted or tempted by this? Because this person's in the energy of the devil, and that is, you know, that's temptation. That is like, you're probably still finding this person quite attractive physically, sexually, you still might be very like, even if you're like, that's toxic and you are aware of it, it's still there. The desire, I feel, is still there. The temptation is still there. And I think that you're trying to figure out why that is. And you're smart enough to know that it's connected to a fear. So once you liberate yourself from the fear, you'll no longer be committed or tied to this. You're telling me you'll feel like you have your complete like sovereignty back. Your energetic boundaries up, because your understanding of this cycle will be complete. And so then you will have given yourself closure, and it won't be something that you're grounded into energetically in any way anymore. So whatever way this was not aligned with you that you realized, it feels like it was quite significant, because you're almost telling me that it caused you grief, but you feel like you still dodged a bullet in some way getting out at this point. So you're like, it could have been worse. And I mean, if you're dealing with the devil, yeah, maybe. Yeah. This could have been really like an opportunist, a cheater, a liar, someone who presents themselves very much one way and is very much not. Because you're showing me like the Page of Cups is how they present. Very innocent, very pure, romantic, charismatic, childlike almost, like very playful, adventurous, flirty, light, comes through as being light and innocent. But then underneath that is the Star in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse, the Ten of Pentacles. There's something very deep that's wounded in this person, that it's not healed. And the Queen of Cups in reverse is telling me that this particular wound literally prevents them from opening their heart to give or receive love right now. It's not that they're totally not capable of that, but there's something that is totally blocking that right now. And their intentions, although they present this way, so they might communicate as if they're very connected to their heart, but underneath it, they're an opportunist. They might have like kind of hedonistic qualities. So you could have seen this person in a very not in a state of moderation, or they could have like, yeah, you could have, this would be like you start dating someone or something, and then like you're using their computer and you stumble across like this huge like porn addiction or something. Or you realize that someone is just like a serial cheater, or I don't know, there's something that's very much out of moderation with them though, and I feel like you picked up on it energetically first. It's like there was an energetic leak or an energy that shouldn't have been present that you felt, and you're like, this is an energy of scarcity or lack. It's not coming from me, which means it's coming from this person's side of things. So what are they exposed to outside of me? Yeah. For some of you, this was how this person was presenting to you, but in the background, they were like acting single, or there was another energy that was impacting things. They were just looking out for themselves. It's like this person had 9 genie lamps and they were rubbing all of them, thinking that this is someone that would have like 10 wives if they could. They just want all the wins, and they perceive winning as being honestly, this is someone that can perceive winning as outsmarting people in order to take advantage of them blatantly. Like, this person is a user. And the thing about it is, like, they are pretty clear on their choice to be this way. They're kind of coming through as like shameless about it. Like a little bit proud, which is kind of grossing me out slightly. And if this isn't your reading, or if this is reversed, that's okay, right? But this is, they're basically saying, my truth is that I'm the Knight of Wands in reverse, like I'm a fuckboy or something, and I'm proud of it. I don't commit. I stay single. I do what I want. I have what I want. I don't give a fuck. I'm not stressed about it. and I'm not even attached to my heart. It's reminding me of this song. Yeah, it's like they're constantly creating competition, maybe to boost their own ego as well, like putting people in third party situations. Yeah, where they make them feel like an option, and then they drain the energy of the insecurity that comes from that situation or something. This is very energy vampire, narky, like quality type person. So just be aware of that. But I think that you are, because I'm pretty sure that would be enough, that if you kind of, felt or saw that in some way, that would be enough for you to drop to drop that completely and kind of moonwalk out of the situation. And yeah, any investment that you had, because it's like you're telling me you're invested in someone who was juggling or undecided, someone who is an opportunist spreading their energy around, and they were bringing an energy of lack and scarcity into your energy as a result. And now you're realizing it's because they are emotionally manipulative or emotionally detached altogether, like not available emotionally, not even really tuned into that part of them, and proud not to be. So I'm going to look at your feelings and stuff first, but if this sounds more like your person, then just reverse it, okay? I think this is you, though, because it's all wands. Saying your energy is the 3 of Wands, your feelings, the 2 of Wands, and then the 4 of Wands in reverse is your intentions. I think you might fuck around and find out a little bit here. It's like you might push some sort of button to gain complete emotional clarity on something. It's almost showing me like you're going to push the big red button and you're going to detonate something. But once you blow it up, all that will be, that what will remain is the truth. You might know that someone will act unjustly and that you'll get the answer that you need with beyond the shadow of a doubt if you, the way this is coming through. Like if you light the match and throw it towards the gasoline. You're telling me that someone will respond or react from an extremely selfish or immature place. And it's kind of like you want this as closure is a little bit how that's coming through. You're like, if I poke this or if I press this detonation button, this person still has, it's not manipulative because you're like, this person has the choice to how they respond or react. But it's almost like you already know, and it's kind of just like giving them the opportunity, but then you treating it as like a clarifying or discerning moment that you can observe to validate something you already know pretty much. But your energy being the 3 of Wands, you're focused on something. You're aiming for something here. So there's some sort of goal that you're focused on. It's ahead of you on the horizon. It's like you're taking aim right now. Can you tell me more about that? The 2 of Cups. Okay. I think a part of you is like, I'm going to play the game. This might not be all of you, but for some of you, you are like, it's almost like the reason you've observed how this person acts and maybe the way that they bait you to get you to react or make you feel insecure or get you triggered. And they have this they use it as a means of energetic control, or like what they perceive as being power or something like that. But it's not the greatest. The Two of Cups came out as what you're aiming at, but then I asked, like, is this just you focusing on a reintegrated and aligned version with yourself after you kind of call your power back from this? And it said, no, this is something that has fallen apart with this selfish person that you're aiming at. So is this just you resolving why you, like, what part of yourself you saw in this person? Because the Two of Cups can talk about being a mirror or a reflection. Like seeing yourself in someone else. Yes, that's what it is, exactly. The Moon. Because you feel like this is quite an ugly blind spot. And it might be a deep insecurity or a doubt or fear with the Moon there. You're trying to still take something from this, like a lesson. So you're looking at it like, okay, if everything is a reflection, everything is a mirror of, like, it aligns with me. That's why we're engaging. That's why I called this in, or it called me in. What am I not seeing that is reflected? And it might be the thing that triggers you most about this person. Like, usually the thing that triggers us most about someone, it could be their ego, because there could be a part of you that really wants to react from a place of ego or immaturity. It's like this person just, something about them, they get under your skin, or it pisses you off that they like take advantage of people or something, right? And you're like, I want to fucking destroy this person. Not gonna lie. Like, I want to demolish this person's ego. They deserve it. But I think that might be part of the reflection that you're meant to look at and then absolve or integrate within yourself, so that you don't give this person don't give them power by engaging with them again or sinking to their level. Because even if you play their game and you win, you still sunk to their level. And you know that. And you know that you're better than that. And I see right now, strength, you are like holding yourself back. You're holding your manifestation strength back, but it feels very much like you're like, I could so easily destroy a motherfucker right now, you know? And it's almost like, it's nice that you are standing over there so cocky, thinking that I'm just so sweet and like insecure and powerless. You're like, I am Jupiter ruled. I am tuned into the universe. Like, I can manifest your downfall. You know, like that. Don't fuck with me. But you're withholding something, and I think that it's because you have this discernment that, yeah, you would be just as bad as them if you took that route. So your feelings, though, for this person currently, the Two of Wands, and then your intentions, the Four of Wands in reverse. You're in an active state of decision making surrounding which way you want to invest your emotional energy with this person. Like, whether specifically you want to take a risk with this roll of the dice or not. What would the risk be? Like, what is the roll of the dice? The Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah. Essentially, drawing out their insecurities and humbling them. Like, they're Drake and you're Kendrick Lamar. And you're like, just hold on a moment while I absolutely destroy you beyond recognition. So there's something here where you're tempted. You're like, should I? But you also are aware that there's some sort of risk with even engaging with this person's energy again. And I think it's like, you know that you could play the game. A part of you is tempted to. But there's also this part, it feels like, that understands that sometimes the only way to win against the devil is not to play, not to engage. Because it always takes your energy when you engage, even if you win. So there's something that you are realizing you'd be sacrificing through even taking that gamble. Like you could get sucked back in, or it could put you in a heavy energy or a low vibrational energy of resentment, manipulation, game playing. And then you could miss opportunities that are abundant and for you. So I think that's what's stopping you from doing that. Your intentions, though, are to knock over this House of Cards. Like to just blow it right over. Yeah. The Moon in reverse. Yeah. This is just about you seeing behind your own moon or under your own moon, so that you can heal that reflection that is triggering you in this person. Because with the Four of Wands in reverse, it's like an inner, it's kind of coming through as a state of inner instability, or where you kind of overcompensate from the ego, but it's from a place of one part of you not really being fulfilled or satisfied inside yourself. So, or being in something where you don't feel like free, truly liberated. And so then you're looking for, you're like living for a thrill or looking for a situation, or more likely to get involved with something that seems exciting but is actually kind of dangerous, or it seems like it could be stable but is actually a waste of time or built on very shaky ground. You're locating, your intentions here is to locate that blind spot, and then, what's up, Robert? Hey, Richard. And heal it so that you don't feel drawn towards this anymore. You're pretty resolved that you see this. So let's let's take a look at this other person's side of things. Just wanted to finish that real fast. Okay. So like I said, they are in the energy of the devil. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So God, do I ever not like this person's energy? This person is, you are picking up on something that is dangerous about this person, okay? Take that however you want to take that, right? But there's something here that is, it is absolutely not what it seems. And even you feeling tempted to take a gamble, like to try to, humble this person, right? Or get them to reveal the truth of their character in a really obvious way or something. You see the dice that are on the devil card? It's almost like even that is a bit of a bait. It's a bit of a game. It's also part of the strategy. Like, it's almost like they knew that if they poked you in a certain way or provoked you in a certain way, that you would most likely get in your ego and respond eventually, or in some sense. It's kind of how it's coming through. And they're kind of using that to stay connected to you. But there's also there's deception that is coiled around this entire connection that you have with this person. Your eyes are opening to it, but not fully open yet. Like, you don't see everything. And it's also interesting because normally on the devil card, what they're bound by is like quite loose. So it's kind of indicating that they could walk away if they wanted, sort of like being in an open cage but not leaving, Stockholm syndrome kind of vibes. But in this interpretation, you can see that it's quite tight around, it's like a big, looks kind of like heavy duty, and it's tight around their wrists. It's not something that they can easily slip out of. So I don't love that. Can you tell me more about the devil and this person? this person's energy. The Emperor and the Ace of Swords. The Magician in reverse. Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Three of Cups. Queen of Cups in reverse. Ten of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. I don't like this. This person is a liar and they're a manipulator. Like they are. So if that's not your person, this ain't your reading, but this person is someone who will bold-faced lie to you and they know what they're doing and they're incredibly convincing and charismatic because they're not in the devil energy because they just slipped into their shadow and like they're unaware that they're there. This person knows that they're there and they like it there. And they are indulging in a very I heard disturbing, but like a significant kind of way. They're very indulgent right now in these really deceptive energies, very manipulative energies. But it's saying that this person, they're in the energy where they're fully wearing this mask. Like they are coming towards you and they are claiming to be the Emperor. And they're like, this is the truth. Ace of Swords. I am in dominion of myself. I have mastered myself. I am the freaking Emperor. Like I'm the shit, you know, I'm the man. They're trying to come across as this, but the Magician in reverse, it's a manipulation. The Magician in reverse and the Devil is like a master manipulator and someone who will use that to like siphon, like legit siphon your, like steal your energy, drain you. And the thing is, I feel like they do this with a lot of people or more than one person at a time. Because look, even here, there's two sets of die on here, right? So it might be you and another person or a third energy involved in this potentially. But for some of you, this person's not single. Like they're not even single. And they don't love, like there's no love or emotional connection between them and the other person. It's literally just for an opportunist type of reason. That is an opportunity that they took to move them forwards in life. It was like a cutthroat decision that they made to essentially be in union with something that is not love, not romantic, and is strictly for like gain in some sort of physical or financial way. So I don't know about that, but that also is a situation that they're in for like out for themselves. Okay. Oh no. What's going on upstairs, but sorry if you can hear that. Okay, so the Four of Swords is their feelings and Judgment is their intentions. So they're saying that they're completely at peace mentally about their feelings for you, or their feelings towards you is they're in a state of peace. No tension surrounding this. Tell me about that Four of Swords. I'm hearing like they're feeling quite, it's like smug. It's this feeling of like, I feel quite victorious, you know? I feel rather victorious. I got what I wanted. I knew how to get it. I don't know. Tell me more about the Four of Swords. I don't know if this person's always been this way or if there's something that happened previous to you or more recent that put them in this energy, but I'm not going back further. But the Page of Swords in reverse, they've made an assumption about you based on something that based on the energy that they are in and the way they perceive the situation, they feel like you're grieving and they took away your happiness with a lie that they told. So this person could have said something to make you feel insecure in some sort of way. They feel like they stole your sunshine here and you're in a state of grief. But this is an assumption that they're making. So I feel like the two of you are not speaking. They could have told you that they're not committing to you because they are in another connection. But the thing is, like, facing this person's true nature actually did the opposite of what they were hoping and anticipating, which I love because it totally backfired on them. They didn't know they was fucking with a bad bitch. You know what I'm saying? But so proud of you. This actually liberated you from a huge fear and pushed you into a huge alchemical transformation and leveled you the fuck up. Not only did they give themselves away and you saw their true colors and how hard they actually work to make other people feel insecure, like how much effort they actually put into that to fuel and feed their own ego. You're telling me that you saw this. Oh my gosh, thank you, Richard. Thank you so much. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. We're on Sagittarius right now. Saved you, your act of kindness. Aw, thank you. Aww. Don't make me cry in the middle of the Sag reading, but thank you so much for saying that. That means so much. I'm really glad that that reading was helpful to you. Okay. There's something here though, like you took this person's fuckery and you were like, and it's like you ate it up and you spit it out something else. Like they thought that they could throw your worst fear at you and that it would just make you insecure, but instead you let it transform you. You faced that fear head on and you liberated yourself from it instead. And in a way, this person forced you to do that because they forced you to face it by throwing it in your face. So like, for instance, let's say your worst fear is being cheated on. This person was like, well, I've been screwing someone else the whole time I've been seeing you, you know, or something like that. I don't even think it's true, but even if it was, right? This person just looks like, I feel like you can't trust a single thing that comes out of this person's mouth. But regardless of whether it's true or not, it was a manipulation tactic to possess you more, to take more of your energy, more of your peace, and then use it as like, it's like their smugness gives them peace of mind. So I don't know. The thing is, like, currently right now, their heart is in a state of peace and like rest because they're making this assumption that like that their plans went exactly as they had desired them to. Like they're assuming that you're grieving right now and insecure because of something that they did or said. But you're over here like, nope. Could not be more incorrect on that. So judgment is this person's intentions. Tell me about that. I don't know what the hell is up with this person, but they're like out to fundamentally change you. You know what it is? You have something that they feel very disconnected from, and this whole thing that they do, this whole entire thing, I feel like this is not new. Something this person just slipped into. I'm really not getting that. They see you as being very brave, very courageous, and not having to distract yourself from life or play games with people. They see you as being very open-hearted, brave, and authentic in a way that they don't have the guts to be. And they're jealous of that. They're jealous because they are constantly seeking validation to fill this void and the insecurity that they have inside. And this whole act is just a way for them to feel powerful and not have to admit that they are extremely weak. But they look at you and they're like, you're the King of Cups. I'm the Queen of Cups in reverse. And even though they've convinced themselves that that is a strength, that's just them manipulating themselves. Like, they still want love, connection, intimacy, affection, commitment, joy, happiness, emotional fulfillment. Everybody wants that. But they see you, and because they're in this victim mentality, this very manipulative mentality, they're like, you have something naturally that I feel like I am separate from or cannot have. And I'm pissed about that. So I'm going to continue to hurt you or create injustices that are essentially going to like knock you down a peg or something, or make you feel bad about yourself because I feel bad about myself. So this is someone that instead of healing and growing, they try to make other people feel small. They try to cut other people down. And it's super immature, and it's a lack of accountability. It's entitlement. It's manipulative. And it's coming from a fearful place, but honestly, I don't give a fuck. It's not acceptable. We're all afraid, okay? Life is scary sometimes. That doesn't mean that you can be abusive to other people. That's not all right. So 100% stand behind you being like, nah. It's a no for me, dog. That is just simply not gonna fly. And I love that you discovered it and basically immediately switched lanes on this person. I commend your badassery, truly. Truly. So, the source of confusion or discord between you and this person currently is the Eight of Cups, with this uncovering. What is that? These cards are so interesting and weird. I love them. I feel like they're kind of scorpionic. Like, I mean, look at this card. Kind of weird and creepy, but says a lot at the same time. Well, there's going to be confusion once this person realizes, I think, that you are emotionally walking away, that you're actually not hung up on things the way that they think that you are. I want to know what this uncovering is. First of all, like, is this referring most prominently to Sagittarius walking away? It could be referring to both of you. No, yeah, it's you. And you did this suddenly and swiftly and powerfully, like I said before, like a fucking baddie. Look at what they're holding. It looks like a chain link. See the chains? And it's broken in that one. All right, we're loving it. We're loving the vibes. But this is like warrior energy. It's Mars. It's like, you don't fuck with me. No. Oh, that's cute. You thought that just because I'm a like lovely little angel baby that is peaceful and pure of heart that I still can't fuck you up if you fuck with me. That's cute. I could destroy you. You know, it's kind of that energy. But is the uncovering this person realizing that Sag has walked away? Like, seeing through their incorrect assumption, essentially? Yeah. It's like the playa got played. I feel like this person is expecting some sort of movement or communication or action from you, and they're expecting it to be on their bullshit level. They're expecting you to come in with some sort of game or attempt at getting a reaction out of them, and they're very much anticipating this. So the longer that they go not getting that, the heavier that things feel. And then I think they eventually recognize that you liberated yourself from the fear that they were using to essentially control you. by triggering you. Like, this is very emotional manipulation. So just, yeah. If there was any question, you're right about that. You did peep some absolute nonsense here. But they see that you actually took your energy back and have gone off in another direction. And I feel like that's when the discord, that will be the source of discord, or maybe that's something that's happening right now already. Something about seeing you move forwards, though, even if it's triggering this person, it is like forcing them to look at something within themselves. Like what they see reflected of themselves, what triggers them about you. I feel that it could be something that they feel, again, they've been severed off from this part of themselves, or it's been hidden or left behind. It's almost like this person, they feel like they lost their connection to their heart, and they do secretly long for that connection and intimacy. They mask it with all these games and pretending like they don't care, but it's because they care so very much, and they know, or they feel that they can't have that thing. They feel that they are broken beyond fixing, that they're the Queen of Cups in reverse, that they're not capable of love for some reason. And I feel like it's because they feel they can't find their way back to themselves in this way. They can't relate to themselves emotionally in some way. And again, they're looking at you and seeing how you can. So this could cause this person to look at like where they lost that, or why your connection to your emotional self and your emotional intelligence and heart, it's like they're all of a sudden, you're forcing them to realize that that is not a weakness, and that they are full of shit. Like that their whole game is a bluff, because their whole game is basically built around this lie that they're telling themselves that like, oh, I'm so smart and I'm the toughest and I'm the coolest, because love is a liability and a weakness. And it's like not even something I want anyways, bruh. Like it's not even love. No, nobody wants that shit. But then under the surface, they want to be loved more than anything. They feel unlovable. They're super triggered by the fact that you're showing them that you can be open-hearted and still a badass. Like, because they're like, I want to be that too. But they don't feel like they have access to that part of themselves. So then I feel they take it out on you in a way. It's really just like jealousy though. And that line from Drake is, that Drake line's coming through where he's like, and jealousy is just love and hate at the same time. This person has very, very strong feelings and reactions to you and what you provoke in them or evoke out of them. So this is actually quite positive, because it's creating discord and confusion within this person. And I know that sounds negative, but what it's uncovering for them is forcing them to look at themselves, and maybe some positive healing will happen through you shedding light on that for this person. So that could be very positive. But the main meaning or function, my glasses keep sliding down, of this connection at this time is the Four of Cups. And you have it with these two cards, these two oracle cards, Fill Your Cup and Lucky. Okay, to be a straight shooter, to be quite frank and honest with you here, Sag, I feel as though you haven't been challenging yourself in some way, or you haven't been tending to or caring for yourself or expanding in some way. You've been playing it small in some way here. You've been bored or apathetic. And I feel like maybe that's the reason why you got drawn into this situation, because it's like you were tempted by something that would be exciting when you were sort of in this like stuck or stagnant energy, and you were just like, I just want to feel something, even if it's toxic, you know? No, I don't think you actively chose something toxic, but I do think you felt that this on some level, like right from the beginning, was like a risk potentially, or a roll of the dice. There's something here about, this is meant to show you that you have actually kind of been taking your power from yourself, and there's something about like your luck, good things and expansion wanting to return to you, wanting to come to you, because this is your very nature, Jupiter ruled, right? But there's something about you truly taking care of yourself and filling your own cup that directly correlates with your connection to this expansion and abundance and luck that you have. And when you're in this, you're not really filling your own cup effectively. And I feel that this person also, they are in such a lack and scarcity-based energy, to the point that they feel like they have to do all this nonsense. It's because they are also not tending to themselves. So it's also functioning to show them where they've become numb, ambivalent, bored, and they are not satisfied. They are stuck and stagnant, and they don't feel powerful. They feel like Eeyore. They feel very disempowered and not fulfilled, you know? There's just a sense of numbness and like apathy and, yeah, boredom and wanting more. Yeah, this truth is definitely coming to the light, that there has been a state of internal conflict. For this person, and this is meant to highlight that for them as well as wherever that existed for you too. So that's what I see, Sag, for you and this person. So thanks for hanging out, my loves, and we're gonna move on to Capricorn. But it's pretty interesting, but something is definitely being uncovered here, or highlighted, that actually is quite positive. And I don't know if this person will choose to move towards the healing energy, or if they'll just get even more triggered by it. But it feels like there's a part of this person's like mask, for lack of a better way of saying it, this carefully crafted like identity that they've formed that is very fragile. Like their ego is very fragile, and it feels like this identity is formed around protecting their frail ego. Something about that, though, is breaking with what they are realizing and perceiving through this experience with you. And it's like the power that they thought that they had, that they assumed they had, they're seeing that that's not true strength, that's not true power. It is like a cheap substitute that keeps them having to constantly suck other people dry for validation and energy to make themselves feel good, whereas you are just a constant source of that for yourself. And so this person is seeing their own state of lack is what that kind of feels like. And I think it's really positive, though, as difficult for them as it may be. They need to look at that if they're ever going to change. And a change would do them well, would do them good, you know? You know what I'm saying? A change would do them good. Not going to say anything rude, but a change could never hurt. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on now to Capricorn. Let's see. There we go. This person, they got a little seduced by their own shadow, huh? That villain era felt a little too good for them. They just got a little bit too comfortable there. They gazed into the abyss, and the abyss gazed back. A little Nietzsche for ya. Okay. Capricorn. Cap attack. What is up, my glorious goats? What's up, what's up, what's up? My little sea goat babies, how are you? How are you? Okay. We clear all previous energies and let's connect to just gonna close my window too. I opened it because I wanted to hear the rain, but it's not raining anymore and it's kind of getting cold in here. Tune me into Capricorn's energy and the energy of this person that I'm dealing with. Cat hair all over me still. Which oracle deck do I want to use? Uno momento. Por favor. Baby, you would die while you're lonely. Go buy another round and it's all on me. I don't know why I have that song so stuck in my head, but apparently it's just the vibe. I want warmth. I would like warmth to be a thing for me. Love that to happen right now. Hi, Nunes. Forgot you were there for a second till I saw your cute little squished face. Why is she so adorable? Okay. There we go. All right. That's better. Yeah. Okay. Capricorn. Let's see. All right. Mm-hmm. Kittens on your keyboard. Aw. You didn't miss anything. I'm still laying the cards down for Cap. Oh, okay. Okay. Get a couple oracle cards. I want to clarify here. Aw. Luna hates other animals. Otherwise, I would be like, yes. She's like, I am the one and the only. Okay. Tell me about that. Okay. Can you tell me about that then? Okay. One more. What's that? Okay. Capricorn. Robert, sorry. No, I didn't. There's another guy named Richard up there. I said hi, Robert and Richard, I think. I'm pretty sure I said your names differently. There's another Richard. I wasn't calling you Richard. I know your name's Robert. Or did I call you both Richard accidentally? I may have accidentally read his name and then just... Rest assured I know who you are. Let's see. I'm sorry if I accidentally called you Richard. Okay. Hi, Capricorn. What's going down? So let's take a look at what's going on here. It looks a little bit dicey, but let's see. Okay. So the current energy between you and this person is coming out. There we go. It's coming out as the Lovers in reverse right now. So on the table, you have very, very strong Gemini energy, Leo, and really strong Scorpio energy. Like, yeah. And then a little bit of Aries. But mostly Scorpio and Gemini here. And then slightly less Leo and Aries. Okay, so the Lovers in reverse. This is coming through as like you're not relating to someone else right now. You're not... I feel that you used to see yourself in this person, and you like can't find your way back to that place anymore where you relate to this person, resonate with them in that childlike, playful, loving, fulfilled kind of way. I feel like there's something here where the two of you are just not seeing each other that way right now, or the feeling is not that. And I think that it once was. You were focusing more on the ways that you're alike and what you have in common at one point, but I think that now there's more focus on what divides you or the ways that you're different. Yeah, the Four of Swords in reverse and the Three of Swords. Something didn't ground or come together here that you both had invested your heart into. Okay, this is coming through as kind of heavy. So this might not be your message, but don't take it if it's not yours. Just watch your other placements. But I feel like this is very much around the way that you guys are perceiving things, not necessarily the way that things are, although it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy because the way that you look at things will become your reality. So it's because of some sort of heartbreak here that's taken place. It's caused some mental unrest or unease where there used to be peace and trust. Now there are like questions. For some of you, there's questions about infidelity, about whether someone ever cared to begin with, about what you didn't see behind the scenes, what was happening that you weren't aware of. And there's something there, I feel like, that was uncovered that, or something that made you start questioning this. But you might be questioning it in one another. I'm not totally sure. So let's look at your side of things first. And if this sounds more like your person's side, then feel free to just reverse them, okay? But your current energy within this is coming out as you being in a state of unconditional love with yourself, but you're still not feeling completely abundant because of some sort of injustice here. I think you feel that someone moved forwards out of their ego without any like higher perspective. And it led to them acting in a way that you feel hurt the connection or caused irreparable damage, maybe, or just created a division between the two of you. And I feel like right now you have deep emotional clarity because you have the Seven of Cups in reverse. It's this Venus in Scorpio. But you have it with this volcano card, volatility in reverse. So you're like, you don't want to fight. You don't want to explode. You don't want to blow up. You don't want something that feels volatile and chaotic. And it feels like unpredictable. And something about this has been. That's how you've interpreted it. So it's like it seems like you feel quite clear emotionally on what, like you've picked a path not to push forwards with this, to leave this in the past. There is like such strong scorpionic energy here. You feel like someone might have been manipulative or they didn't do the work. They weren't emotionally... Yeah, something didn't change, didn't grow. You fell out of alignment with something and you're not wanting to push forwards. You almost feel like you're telling me this person is like digressing. They're not healing or moving forwards, but they're actually, you're seeing them as like slipping backwards, or your perception of them is deteriorating, your respect for them maybe, I don't know, but you're seeing something or feeling something quite clearly and you don't want to fight. You want to feel grounded and you've been deeply disappointed. So I feel like you're just kind of looking at this as something that is imbalanced and you're trying to, feels like you're licking your wounds, but I'm not seeing you in a space of disempowerment. I'm just seeing you be disappointed, and you might be taking a sec to just shake off insecurities, reconnect with your heart, just process through a disappointing situation essentially so that you can move on. But I feel like you're not doing that quite yet. You don't want to do that while there's still this volatile, unsettled energy. And although you know how you feel about something, there's still something that is a little bit unsettled, it feels like, that you're focused on. Your feelings towards this person is the Ten of Swords, and your intentions is the Three of Wands. You feel like you've died 1,000 times within this connection, and every time that there's been a rebirth, nothing new emerged or came of it. It just ended up in another death. This is reminding me of, what is that movie even? I don't remember what the name is, but essentially, like, I think there might be more than one movie with this type of plot. But, like, where someone... No, there is a book that this is about. I can't remember the name of it, though. It's about this girl that every day she wakes up, she relives the day that she died, and she dies the same way she dies the same way every day, even though she's reliving it and taking different actions and, you know, trying to avoid it. The same situation ends up occurring every day. It's kind of like what you're telling me. It's like we went back, we tried to rebuild this or edit it or redefine it or work with the raw materials, like mold it into something better, but it just kept on. Like, all I've got is this pile of skulls to show for my efforts. Every time I sent another soldier in there, he came back, you know, without a pulse. So there's something here where you're like, I was hoping that we would have learned and grown, but no, we're just recycling the same shitty energy. And it feels like you feel like you've been hurt by this person many times. You could feel like this person has betrayed you or abandoned you. This could be someone that has been very in and out of your life, or maybe they are like somewhat avoidant, and so they disappear and then they like come back in. But you're telling me you've mourned this person many times, which makes me feel like you've thought that it has been truly over many times. They've made you believe that with their actions and words, but then somehow you end up in the same thing with this promise or this idea that things will be different, and it never is. So you're kind of fucking done, honestly, with the 10 of Swords and your feelings for this person. What's the 3 of Wands? I feel like you're just looking forwards. You're running towards things that set you on fire, not things that drain you. Yeah. King of Wands in reverse. You're seeing this situation as something that really takes from you a lot. It drains you. It pulls you out of alignment with your most embodied, authentic, and empowered self, it feels like. Something about your fire, though, your inspiration. This could put you very much in a state of like emotional confusion and then overthinking as well. And it takes a lot from you, but it takes you out of, you're sort of saying they pull you out of character with yourself, or they put you in an energy that you're not really proud of. It's almost like you're saying it's not my finest moment and I want to move away from this person because, but I feel like that's how anything would be. Like the vision that's coming to mind is like an abused, I hate even like thinking about this because it upsets me, but like an abused animal or something, right? If like, let's say they get like hit or abused once, then that might not create a lasting behavioral thing with them. But if it's an animal that's been mistreated over an extended period of time, and then like, let's say you adopt it, that animal, although it's not bad, it might act out of its normal character because it's been hurt so many times that now it's in this like skewed state where it's either acting out of it's in like a constant state of fight or flight or defending itself, right? That's kind of how you feel that this impacts you in some way. Whether it's like it puts you in a constantly defensive state, but you feel like you've been hurt time and time again, and because of that, this is now bringing out of you something that you really don't like. It's cultivating something in you that you don't love, and essentially, yeah, it's like I don't love the person that I am or how I feel when I'm around you. And that is a big reflection, like how you feel, what you turn into, where your energy shifts, like how someone else's energy influences you when you're in an intimate connection with them says a lot. That's why it's important to have those healthy boundaries. But if you feel consistently a certain way around a person and it's not positive and they're the common denominator, then there's something to look at there. So that's what I feel with your energy with this person. So on their side of things, they're in the energy of the Queen of Wands. Their feelings for you is the 8 of Cups in reverse. And then their intentions is the Queen of Pentacles. Okay. So their overall energy is coming out very fiery as well, because they're in the Queen of Wands and they also have it with this Lightning card of power. This person has 2 queens over here in their energy, so this could be like a feminine. You have a king on yours. You could be in a more masculine energy right now. You don't have to be like a man, a woman. It's not about sex or gender or any of that, just the archetype and what kind of energy, whether you're more receptive or assertive right now, whether you're more inward facing and creative or outward facing. Tell me more about this Queen of Wands. So this person is feeling confident right now. They're in their villain era, but they're showing me that it is just from healthy boundaries. Like they're saying that something recently shifted and put them in a more empowered state, and it's something that struck them. Like they had some sort of realization. The Five of Cups in reverse, that they have healed and moved on, that they're no longer emotionally either something happened that set them free. They feel like it liberated them, like they were clinging to something, still holding on to grief. But seeing something or experiencing something recently shifted their headspace. And this person is now empowered. They're in this energy of empowerment and confidence because they feel as though they've broken out of something that was keeping them in a heavy space or a stagnant space for some time, or even disconnected from their own heart in some way. Why is the Eight of Cups in reverse this person's feelings towards Cap then? That might have been something outside of you that they experienced that liberated them in that way. It could also be them showing up, like moving towards something that they really want. And because they've been showing up consistently, they've been gaining, they feel capable, they feel confident. It's something that they're passionate about, and it could be creative or, I don't know, artistic. It could be theatrical. It could be like a leadership role or something that gains attention or has a following of some sort. Usually the Queen of Wands gets attention. She's very attractive, charismatic, naturally alluring, very in tune, very much in her power, knows who she is, accepts all parts of self. And it's like you can't really humble her because she accepts all parts of herself. You can't really tell her much, you know? Can't tell her anything about herself that she doesn't already know. She beats you to the punch. The King of Swords. This person feels like, well, no, they're in the energy of seeing things very clearly. They have picked a path. What are they sure of, though? The Empress in reverse, Venus energy, that they were giving to something that had already made its mind up that was not going to work. So they may feel like they've been giving to you, and they just realized you a long time ago decided that this wasn't going anywhere, it wasn't going to work, and you pulled your energy back a long time ago. It's almost like if you guys just broke up yesterday, you're like, well, but you've been gone for months, you know, you haven't been present. Like, you pulled your energy back months ago. I've been alone in this connection for the last, like, it's something like that. You're seeing something quite clearly, that you've been committed to something and you were the only one. It's like you were building it alone is how you feel. What's the Eight of Cups in reverse for this person's feelings towards Capricorn, though? The Knight of Wands in reverse. There's a part of you that's a little bit, is that Capricorn? No, that's this person. Yeah. There's a little bit of an erratic part of this person that is reactionary to you. They see you as being very at peace and certain of your choice, like very much not at conflict about moving forwards. And they see some sort of injustice also as having occurred. This person is saying that they've also been hurt by some injustice in this connection. But there's a part of them that is still not, they're still connected to you emotionally. They haven't disconnected from some heavier emotions specifically, or they haven't learned a heavy, maybe like Saturnian lesson. This is Saturn in Scorpio, the Eight of Cups, and it came out in reverse. So some lesson has not been totally learned, and this person hasn't disconnected emotionally from you for that reason, not completely, because there's something still that they're meant to learn from this that they haven't. Something that they're meant to see, maybe. I think there's something here about this person in the past. Like they were meant to see something, that they can do something on their own. They can have this power on their own. They don't need external validation, and they don't need to build something with someone else to move forwards or to expand or be successful. This person could have been slightly codependent or like insecure at some point, and they'd move towards things that were not for them, and now like weren't aligned with them in some way, whether that thing was like not good or bad or whatever. I'm not saying that, but they would move towards things that were like quite blatantly not aligned with them. And they're saying in the past that was because they had a specific idea of love, and it had to do with overgiving to someone that would only treat them as an option, or as someone that, to be certain about someone who is constantly uncertain about them, to invest in something that was not reciprocated. There's something about that. And they're saying it was because of anxiety, like a very anxious mind. And that came from defensiveness. Like there's some reason this person felt like they needed to be defensive in the past. I think it's because there's something specific that they were moving out of from the past that really threw them off. It very much hurt them. It very much dysregulated them in many ways, but especially I'm seeing like emotionally in their nervous system. So this person could have experienced some sort of trauma. Here. But yeah, there's a part of them that still feels like connected to you emotionally. And they feel as though they are confident, they are empowered, but it still hurts them that it's like they see you moving on without any internal conflict, like literally not at conflict at all, totally at peace. And they're sort of translating it as like, okay, well, I think that means that you never cared at all, because, you know, if you can kind of move on that way and be so detached, then that says a lot. And in a way, it's highlighting this person's temptation to chase after things that don't care about them, because they're perceiving you as not caring. And I'm not saying that's true or not, but it's highlighting this person in their feelings. And I feel like they're working through this, and they're learning to discern this and heal this right now. They're looking at the part of them that is triggered by you walking away and them perceiving you as just being disconnected, heartless, not caring. They're almost like, being rejected or abandoned in this way in the past would have caused me to chase and overgive out of like an anxious or fearful or wounded place. And now they're in a more empowered, transcended place, but they're still recognizing the temptation to do that, but they're noticing that it's coming from an unhealthy place. Yeah, I feel like this is some childhood programming. This could have happened, like they maybe tried to build a family, they were maybe married previously, and divorced, or else this was like a family dynamic from when they were a child. But there's something here that they're revisiting, whatever caused that attachment style or that woundedness that makes them sort of act that way and was stopping them from moving forwards and evolving. They're kind of observing and witnessing it now, but it's through you triggering them, or the situation with you triggering them. Okay. Their intentions, the Queen of Pentacles, with this card activation, wind in reverse. There's something that they know that they haven't really set in motion or completely activated within themselves yet, but they have the intention to do it. Feels like they have to keep working through this insecurity in order to do it, and they're facing fears in order to get there, but they haven't quite gotten to that place where they have the total clear understanding where they can be at peace completely. But this has to do with them seeing their own worth, their own value, and being at peace, being committed to themselves first and foremost, and then knowing that through surrendering to that and essentially putting themselves in the Empress energy, right? Because they're like, I feel powerful because I realized that this connection with Capricorn was not the Empress energy. It wasn't abundant, but they're kind of failing to realize as well that they were not bringing that energy, because this is something they still haven't activated, and these energies are very similar. They're energies of expansion and abundance coming from knowing your own worth and value, your own innate worth and value. And then that is, you're in that vibration, and that's what you call to you because of that. So this person's realizing that there's been a lack of self-acceptance and love. And I feel like that is a new way of thinking that still needs to activate for this person, or it hasn't completely integrated just yet. But that's their intention, is to further stabilize within themselves, to continue taking care of themselves, honoring their own energy, coming back home to seeing themselves in a healthy way. They are still healing. They feel like they've dropped a lot of grief, but they have this like crystal clear discernment now. And because they have been wounded in the past, this person is like, they're very much going to have healthy boundaries. I'm not seeing it as being defensiveness anymore, but this is like, they're like, I'll defend my position though. I'll defend my energy through having healthy boundaries. If someone comes in and tries to just take it or use or abuse me, take advantage of me, like, I'm going to defend myself. I'm not going to be defensive, but I will defend myself if need be. No. That went all over me somehow. What? How did that do that? That was so weird. It like came backwards out of the straw somehow. What the fuck? Or like when I wasn't sucking the straw, it came out of the straw and went all over me. Backwards out of the straw. Yes, Lisa. Okay. So the source of confusion or discord currently between you and this person then is coming through as strength in reverse, which is Leo energy. And then the Page of Cups in reverse is the primary meaning or function of this connection right now. This very much does feel like the Lovers connection, because it feels very, it feels kind of like one person, you, the first person I was talking about, is mastering their masculine energy, and this second person is mastering their feminine energy. But or coming out of a place of like distorted or toxic or imbalanced masculinity and femininity. But there's still an element of you guys projecting that onto the other and not taking full accountability or responsibility. And on your side of things, I'm seeing you kind of like project the blame onto this person because you're like, there's something about you saying like, this could really provoke me, and then I'm not in dominion of myself in some way. There's some way that you feel like if you're hurt enough, then again, right, that part of you comes out that you don't like. And you don't feel like you're completely in control of that. And so you're like, I'm going to walk away from a situation that is bringing that out of me. And you should, obviously, if that's something where the person is hurting you. But if it's just being triggered for like in more of an innocent way and it's coming up for you to heal or like recognize and look at, that's kind of different. And sometimes it can be happening simultaneously, like both things can be true. A toxic connection can be triggering that in you for you to look at as well. But the thing is, I'm feeling like neither of you are toxic. Neither of you are coming through in a toxic energy. You're both coming through in an energy where you're just starting to see yourselves more clearly in certain ways, where you've been disillusioned or small for a very long time, or you still feel an air of insecurity or weakness or defensiveness. It's like it's something, new seeds have been planted and you have to protect it from the elements or something. There is like an I'm going to defend this energy. And so it feels like you becoming empowered over your spirit and your masculine energy, because it's all masculine basically on your side here, is like controlling your character, not being reactionary, volatile, unstable, but being truly in dominion over yourself, your energy, your reactions and responses, and taking control of your life. And on their side, they're healing the Empress Venusian energy, more like seeing their worth so that they can not overgive, not overcompensate, not feel super triggered by not being chosen, but know that someone's actions is not a reflection of them. It's a reflection of how somebody else feels about themselves always. 100% of the time, because no one can make you feel or act any way. It's your own internal landscape that influences the way that you feel and act. So things will happen that you can't control, but you do always have the control over how you perceive or respond to those things, at least to some degree. But the source of confusion is that there is a vulnerability that's being, you're meant to be in a vulnerable state right now, both of you. And it's so that you can witness this part of yourself that is, it's like birth. When someone gives birth, they're in a vulnerable state, right? When you plant those seeds, the plants are still vulnerable. Again, like the too much wind or rain or hail or whatever could destroy them. So there needs to be that vulnerability, because it's just a natural part of the process. But at the same time, there needs to be a bit of a strategy surrounding it as well, so that it's kept safe, because it's precious. And so I feel like the sense of confusion and discord here is that you two are feeling like you weakened one another, but it's really that something from the universe was shown to you. Like the universe showed you how to liberate yourself from some sort of fear. And it's almost like it used this connection as a mouthpiece to teach you a lesson or show you something. So you're not meant to blame one another or project onto one another. You're meant to drop the weight. But because this information was ultimately meant to empower you, and it wasn't really each of you trying to, I feel like, hurt one another in any way. You're both just in this slightly vulnerable state. But it did create some confusion or discord. And a sense of like there isn't love here, but that's not true. The Ace of Swords in reverse. See how this one says love? It's like there's confusion because you feel as though something weakened you, but it didn't give love to you. But it's confusing because at the beginning you felt that it was the Lovers, and then it turned into a darker reflection. But the lack of love, the confusion surrounding that, that's not true. There definitely was, and I want to say is still love here. Yeah, but there is a lack of hope, or there's this very innocent, it feels like, place within you that is almost was scared to believe. It's like, I want to believe so bad, but I just can't believe that something really good and really bold and really like this big, bold, brave love can be balanced and real and like lasting and sustainable. It's like it feels like something stressed the two of you out based on past experiences that have drained you or wounded you. But the function of this connection right now is it feels like to point out some kind of inner child wound, or some sort of a wound that is in a very tender part of you with these two pages here. And it's something that deeply disappointed you emotionally, or hurt you, or instilled some sort of lack of confidence or insecurity, but it also took away your sense of just being able to believe simply that good things still exist in the world without immediately like stressing or doubting and second guessing that. It feels like for both of you, there's a part of you that used to be just so like wild and free spirited and very childlike and just full of unbridled joy and courage. And both of your spirits are trying to find their way back to that. And you will. It's a deeper connection to your heart. But it's almost like in order to expand and reconnect with that part of your heart, this vulnerability needed to happen. It's kind of like the heart had to break, or something needed to make it very tender or penetrated in a very tender spot for this to be unveiled and then strengthened or reconnected to or reintegrated. So I do feel this is highlighting some quite tender things for both of you right now. But you're not meant to project onto one another or have bitterness towards one another or play games with one another, because it's about you. What's being shown to both of you right now is about you on an individual scale. So instead of projecting it at the other person, remember to use this situation and one another as a mirror instead. Okay? That's where you're going to find the answer. Looking at your reflection. The answer is within you. It's not going to come to you through painting the other person a certain way or making them the villain in your story or any of that stuff. It's going to be through looking at yourself, the actions that you've taken, and you know how those have aligned or not aligned, and how they've taken you where you wanted to be or not. So it's about taking accountability and responsibility so that you can become more empowered. And I see you doing that. Okay. We're going to move on to Aquarius. That's what I see for you. I love you, Cap. Okay. Let's see. Aquarius. The washroom again. It's really fast again. My goodness. I broke the seal, guys. It's not good. Okay, I'll be back in just one moment. Luna's so cute right now. Oh my gosh. I'll be back in just 1 second, Aqua. All right. Let's get down to it. Okay, tune me into Aqua's energy. Okay, so this is looking interesting. Manifestation in reverse. Let me see here. Let me see. Thank you. Love you. Let's see. What is, yeah, clarify that main energy between two of them. I think she just dropped off another ice dirty chai, and I'm just like, woo, woo. Yes. Let's see. Okay. Well, okay, I see. What's that? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what is what's that there? Come on. Okay. Just one more. Can you tell me about that? Main function or meaning here? Okay. Yeah. So let's timestamp you and see what's going on here. Aqua. Hi, Aquarius. How are you doing? All right, let's take a look at this connection. So the current energy between the two of you is coming through as the Queen of Pentacles. In this deck, it says flowering. I'm just going to cover her titties here. It's the Queen of Pentacles, flowering. Shared energy, and it came out with these two cards, fear and surrender. I realize that I am testing my resolve to live in the energy of love, and I can release my need to control. There's something very much here where the two of you are being forced to surrender, and it's from a very spiritual place. Like, this connection between the two of you is not something that you can control. You've never been able to do that, but you may have tried, and that could have caused some difficulty in the connection. Your idea of how things should be could have really gotten in the way of something that had its own way of being, that was spiritual and bigger than your understanding and bigger than this person's understanding. So I feel like there's an energy of the two of you getting in your own way or getting in the way of this connection. Not that you were trying to. I think you were both trying to make this work the best you could. But it's like the approach taken was you struggled to accept something for just what it was and to let it bloom and blossom on its own. You struggled to surrender. And it's because there's this fear of living in the energy of love and how that makes you feel exposed or vulnerable. There's some sort of confidence and courage that's being activated, I feel like, in the solar plexus right now. It's coming from a divine place. It's almost like unconditional love coming through the crown and activating your solar plexus is what I'm feeling. It's coming through as like unexpected courage. So both you and this person could be experiencing that in some way. And I think it's because you're taking care of yourselves. And so you're in this energy where you're recognizing that you are blooming in some way. You are flowering or mastering yourself or just feeling really good about yourself in some sort of way at this time. And that's making you feel good. Although you might not feel good about the connection, the two of you, it's coming through as a more independent energy of knowing oneself, loving and honoring and caring for oneself in accordance to seeing your own worth and value. So it's quite a soft energy. But there is something where the two of you, I feel like you've been forced in a way to focus on yourselves rather than focus on one another, it feels like here. What's up, Mito? You're back. Okay, so I'm going to look at your side of things first, okay? But if this does not sound like you, then take it how it resonates. If this sounds like your person, then just please reverse the roles. Oh, let me grab that coffee. Hold on one second. I forgot it was there. Just remembered. Oh, there's also something delicious in this. Bless. You say, a chocolate croissant. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha. Then I cut off your head. It won't hurt, 'cause you're dead. My French accent comes from the chef on The Little Mermaid. I know that it's accurate. Look at it. Look at it. My mom owns a bakery, in case you guys were. Bakery and a coffee shop. I'm going to save that for later. Luna's like, can I has? Gave me a dirty chai. Oh, yes. I like how I just finished the first one, which I went and got myself earlier today. And then now I'm like, yes, the refill has come to me. That's manifestation, guys. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to call this side you, okay? But if it's not you, then reverse that roles. It's saying that the energy that you are in is the Seven of Swords trick in reverse. And so I feel like you're not playing any games, you're not strategizing, you're seeing something very clearly, and you're showing up in an authentic and like a straight shooter, clear and direct kind of way. So any communication that you're having, it's like you're just kind of embodying it is what it is. You don't need to take it with a grain of salt. You can just take it literally as it is, because it's almost this energy where you're like, absolutely no bullshit. Like, if I say this, then that's what I mean. There is nothing between the lines to be like uncovered, confused. I'm not tricking you. I'm not playing any games. Like, what I say is what I mean, and I mean what I say. And you have this energy of peace and acceptance. You have these energies of peace and acceptance. Hi, sweetheart. And some views of loons. Yeah, sweetheart. Peace says, I am a being of love and I release all negative energy. And acceptance says, I'm learning to accept the things I cannot change. Hi. So this is very much coming through as you're creating peace for yourself, like peace of mind for yourself. And it's through radical acceptance of self. You're like, there's things that I can't change. There's things that I have to surrender. I don't have any power. And I'm scared of that. But I can't change that those things exist. I can choose whether I'm going to be stressed out and in a heavy or negative energy, or whether I'm going to cultivate a state of peace and harmony within myself to carry into those situations. So it feels kind of like you're just being incredibly real with yourself and potentially those around you. I'm getting the spot, huh? She looks like she wants to do that with her own paw, but she's standing right on the edge of the bed, so she can't. I'm hitting the spot, aren't I? Yeah, I got the spot. Ugh, that hair is disgusting. Okay. So yeah, that's what I see. I see you being in mostly a state of peace and acceptance surrounding this too. I think that you've communicated something that was necessary to communicate, and it might have been a conversation that like you weren't expecting to have, or you weren't expecting to go a certain way, but once you said something, it actually brought you peace because it forced you to accept something. So even if the conversation was like not a peaceful conversation, you know, I feel like something was said that maybe cemented something happening that you then, it was kind of like you recognized it as, this is happening, this has happened, this is not something I can control or change. And because you were forced into accepting something, that actually did lead you to peace or to a complete lack of clarity. And it stripped away some sort of illusion that was wreaking havoc, I feel, in some way previously. What was the Seven of Swords previously to this peace and acceptance? The Five of Pentacles, worry. It's telling me that there's a big part of you that's feeling pretty defeated at this exact moment in time. There is a sense of peace, but again, it's kind of like coming through as resignation. Like you're at peace with something because you received closure. So it's not, you're at peace with something because you chose the outcome, and that's why you're at peace. Like you're at peace because you controlled it. But there is a sense of relief a little bit because there was an illusion of lack and worry. And it was distracting you somehow. It was taking your focus off of your most empowered and healing self. Like, I feel like you're someone who has a passion for like the journey of personal development and growth and empowerment. And there's something about the situation that it almost like it took your focus, and I don't think it was trying to do this, but it did like take your focus and put it onto something here that caused you to worry. But the thing is, underneath that, there was some very, very, very deep healing going on where you thought that this was distracting you. It was actually showing you somewhere where you weren't seeing the truth clearly. There was a lack of consciousness somewhere. And you had to access it through the heart. And this connected you to the heart with the Page of Cups and the King of Cups. You have matured immensely in terms of emotion and intuition. But before that, there was some sort of very oppressive energy that was blocking you from having vision, a clear or a new vision. And I feel like you weren't in a very abundant space. Like you weren't feeling super abundant. But this situation has brought you some sort of peace that's allowed you to shift that, or you are currently shifting that. Even if it came in a roundabout way, it feels like it was a gift of this connection. I don't think I need my hoodie on anymore. Your feelings and your intentions for this person. So your feelings, the 7 of Wands. Oh, I just realized you have 2 7s. This person has 2 6s. So you might want to look up 7766, like the angel number, and see if numerologically speaking what that means or if that resonates with you at all. But you have the 7 of Wands, Valor in reverse for your feelings, and the Fool beginning in your intentions. The place where you feel defeated is surrounding your feelings for this person. There's something that you feel like you could have fought harder for, or like you wounded someone that you wanted to. I don't know why I'm getting that you wounded someone that you wanted to keep safe, or you wanted to protect them. There's something you feel like you didn't fight, or you weren't brave or courageous enough. This is how you're feeling. I'm not telling you this is true, but this is coming through as you're feeling that because of a lack of personal happiness and being able to control the intensity of your own energy, how you dream, how you manifest, how you assert yourself and move through life, you're saying something about that wasn't mature, and for that reason you don't feel like you gave this the best shot that you could have given it. You don't feel like you were brave enough, or like you stood up for something that you should have, and there's a feeling of defeat and regret and a little bit of shame coming through with that. So what is that? Tell me about that. Could also feel, no, it doesn't even feel right saying that. I was going to say you could feel like this person didn't fight hard enough for you, but that like literally didn't even want to be said as an option. I feel like, in fact, the reason why you might be feeling like, I heard cowardly or weak. You could be quite critical of yourself right now, Aqua. So if this is your side of things, just I think you're getting there with this peace and acceptance, but it hasn't quite hit you in this space yet. It's like you're not quite forgiving yourself for something here. There's something that you're being hard on yourself, and you feel bad about some sort of influence or impact you had on someone else, and that you don't feel in control to change it, or like the damage has already been done or something, or there's something that you didn't do that you know you should have. I guess you know you should have done something, but I'm almost wondering if this is being highlighted because you feel that this person fought very hard for you. And now it's like maybe you didn't stand up, or you didn't feel like you were as brave or expressive emotionally or something like that as them. And so now you're feeling like you didn't fight enough. Yeah. You're saying that that emotional maturity and evolution had not transformed yet. Um, and so you weren't able to really express yourself, be present, or love this person ultimately the way that you really wanted to. You're also saying though that they took some sort of action that felt a little bit oppressive, and it felt kind of like maybe a little bit like it put pressure on you, and it kind of influenced, like if you felt like you don't do well under pressure, or you struggle to keep the intensity of your energy balanced or something like that, then you may feel like this person gave you an ultimatum, or they applied pressure that made you feel a little bit oppressed, or there's something that you feel you didn't handle optimally. You could have even felt a little bit oppressed by this person's confidence, or like there's a part of you that may have been a little bit intimidated by this person's confidence and the way that it feels like this person loves quite fiercely, or they fight for, it's like in the name of love, like love is a battlefield and this person is on the front lines, something like that. Your intentions being the Fool though, what's that? Luna. I'm working. I love you. Tell me about the Fool. She's literally just sitting right on the edge of the bed purring and staring at me, and it's so fucking precious. You want to drop the weight of oppression. You have a new vision because it feels like you've transcended up against something. You're seeing how some sort of mental barrier that was rooted in fear and sorrow and anxiety, you were stealing your own innocence in some sort of way. I feel like you have been meditating here, and you're seeing how your inner voice was telling you something, but you weren't seeing it. There's something you feel you could have celebrated without projecting onto it, but you weren't strong enough to see that your own fears and barriers and sorrow, it's like you projected something onto someone here. You're recognizing something that you have remorse for, and you feel like you stole your own innocence, but also hurt this person in a way that you hit them in quite a tender, innocent place too. But I'm seeing that there's something positive here, because with the Fool in your intentions, you're like, I'm going to liberate myself from this oppressive energy. I have this new transcendent perspective or vision, and that has allowed me to see how to create justice, balance, fairness in a situation and do the right thing. So there's this sense of like, you are aware that you can heal something. Maybe you are aware that you can heal hope by removing the barriers of fear and anxiety and doubt. It's like you're trying to tap back into this very childlike or innocent part of you. Because you feel like once you're tuned back into the hope and not so focused on like fear, anxiety, worst case scenarios, barriers, it seems kind of like you're telling me you were focused more on everything that could go wrong, or the things that were standing in your way before. and it became a self-fulfilling prophecy, and maybe that's why you were discouraged and you didn't fight for something as hard as you feel like you should have. You could have felt like this person had more hope in their heart, or they were able to hold on to it and push past fearful barriers to still try to fight for something, even if they were insecure or afraid in some way. But you're seeing like the Star and Justice, hope and balance, with the Fool, a new beginning. Your intentions are to leap out into a hopeful, healed, balanced, and fair beginning that is aligned. Is this with the person, the same person that we're talking about now, or just in general? Is this with the person we're speaking about now? Your intentions, yeah, you do want to have a new beginning. It's like a totally fresh slate, but you're aware that something can't be set right until something is truly and fully healed or integrated and at peace within yourself. And it's something where energy doesn't lie. You can't fool yourself into saying that you're somewhere you aren't here, because the proof will be in your actions and how well you show up, how courageously you show up the next time you approach this or something like that. But you're aware that that courage is going to come from the release of some old stagnant negative energy that's mostly mental, and then being in a state of internal peace, harmony, and acceptance with yourself and honesty with yourself, so that then you can show up with that energy for somebody else as well. You're mastering and healing yourself in a significant way so that you can be the master of your own mind. You can be in dominion over yourself more fully. And you're sort of saying that you feel like you can wipe the slate clean, approach something from a completely different energy, and still have hope that if this is truly for you, that if something is truly real, then it can't really be threatened. If something is truly for you, then you can't really lose it. So you're trying to hold on to that while moving towards this intention of creating justice and hope. Okay? So this person on the other side of things, they are in the energy of the Six of Wands in reverse, victory. Okay. With happiness and imagination in reverse as well. So imagination, says, I embrace and nourish the creative aspect of my mind, and happiness says, I'm aware that being happy means I'm on the right path. So these two cards were in reverse. This is coming through, honestly, as like a little bit heavy. It feels kind of like this person can't even... It's honestly coming through as like they can't really comprehend being in a state of true joy right now. I just opened my door and let loons out there. Because they're in a state of deep grief, or this person is really feeling a loss here. They feel like they did not get something that they fully applied themselves to. It's like they went to war, they went to the battlefield of love, and all they got was some flesh wounds, like they never... They don't feel like the love that they offered was received or recognized, and they don't feel like it was reciprocated either in a way that they could truly feel, or in a way that created something tangible that they can see and feel and touch and say, we built that with our love. And so now this person, they're sort of gaslighting themselves a little bit here, or maybe they just don't feel like they see the situation clearly, but they're like, did I just imagine that I was happy? And if I was truly happy, then I can't really trust my happiness. Like, I can't trust that me being in a state of fulfillment, simple fulfillment and joy, pure fulfillment and joy really means that I am aligned, because things still ended up the way that they did with Aquarius. And it's very much not the way that they wanted things to go. So this person's very disappointed right now, and they feel pretty, So they're kind of dealing with that energy, but you both feel incredibly deflated in your own way. Like there was something within arm's reach that was a true dream worth fighting for. And it would have brought you wealth, happiness, harmony, love. And you feel as though there was a lot to gain here, a lot of abundance, but it was kind of taken over by worry and, internal conflict and lack of strength or a lack of energy to really push through the challenges that were presented. Their feelings, though, and intentions for you, their feelings is the Six of Swords, discovery. And then their intentions is the Chariot, triumph in reverse. Okay, so your energy is incredibly strong here, as well as Pisces, Libra, and Cancer, just in case you're curious as well about that. But discovery, the Six of Swords came out with forgiveness, which says, I acknowledge that harboring resentment blocks the flow of love. I heard, I don't want to hate you. Oh, man. That makes me want to cry. There's a brokenness in this person right now, and there's an overwhelm. And I feel it in the heart and the sacral, so it's deeply emotional. Like, they are really feeling it to the core of their spirit, this disappointment. It kind of feels like they envisioned, or in their imagination, this was, and I'm not saying this is necessarily healthy, but they were like, and I think you kind of both had this, where you had this vision and your happiness was like, this was just like the sun, like this big, huge, warm, glowing thing full of abundance that was going to blossom and had so much potential and light and was just going to be so fulfilling and full of, like, joy and happiness, and just the sky's the limit. And it feels like it just didn't come together. And so you're both kind of beating yourselves up over that, the barriers that you brought, that you feel blocked the gift of this manifestation and the gift of one another and what you were each trying genuinely to give to each other. But I don't think that there's still something beautiful blossoming right now out of this. And it's happening as you surrender your fears and you release control because you realize that you can't. Then it's like there's something that almost was being smothered because you were trying to control it in some sort of way, and it's able to blossom now. But it's blossoming in a place of, it's like there's both beauty and pain in this space simultaneously. But this person, they are trying to forgive you. They are exploring their emotions for you, hoping to discover something that they've been exploring their feelings. Like, it feels honestly like they've been working through processing deep grief, and you know how there's the different stages and sort of manifestations of grief. So this person could have been going through, like, they're not at acceptance and release yet, but they could be at, like, anger, right, for instance. And so they're like, I don't want to hate you, but I legitimately feel some very real resentment right now. But the resentment is not coming from hating you, it's coming from being so broken that they lost you. And it's like this person, even when they want to get mad at you, but they're like, it's like the second that they act bitter, they know that it's not real. They know that it's coming from a place of pain, and the pain is coming from a place of loving you, but it's like the love doesn't have anywhere to go. They don't feel like they can give it to you anymore. And but they don't want to hold negative feelings towards you. It's like it hurts them. It hurts them to look at you in an unforgiving light, or to hold something against you, or to hold resentment or hate in their heart surrounding you. That feels like it's too heavy for them to carry. So right now in their feelings, they're in a very tender place because they're really exploring the depth of that in order to release it, because they know that they don't want to hold on to that for you. It's like this person is working through the pain that they're feeling surrounding the loss of you, because in order to preserve the version of you, it's like the version of you that brought them so much happiness, that was part of this dream that they imagined, is the version of you. They want to remember you in that way. How things were at the beginning, not the end. So they are healing, and they're facing some really difficult emotions to do that. It's kind of beautiful, but it's kind of fucking heartbreaking, honestly. What's the Chariot in reverse for this person's intentions? I feel like they're not going to take action towards you. There's something that you could have been the one that ended something with this person, but they don't feel like they're wanted. They don't feel like their love is wanted. What is the Chariot in reverse? The Empress in reverse. The High Priestess in reverse. This person, they feel like they fought and they didn't fight hard enough. They feel like they saw you and they tried to. It's interesting because you came up telling me that you got thrown out of balance or focus as the Emperor. This person is saying like they saw you they saw you as the Emperor in the upright. They saw you in your power even when you saw yourself as being scattered, confused, disempowered. They always saw you this way. And they said that they believe that they manifested you as their equal because they came out as the Empress, right? They manifested this into existence. They feel like, again, you were a divine gift. However, this person is saying something about like they either fought for you the wrong way, they wish they would have been less controlling or tried to dictate the way. It's like this person, they thought that they knew the best way and they wanted the best way because they thought it would lead to harmony, the 10 of Cups, and sort of transformation that would bring the two of you closer together into this abundant vision that the two of you shared. And I feel like you both had an idea of the best way of getting there, and you both wanted to apply that way because you genuinely wanted to get there with each other. But it's like you didn't build it together. You both just came with your decided way of the best way to go, and then you both tried to apply that via like some level of control, and it just feels like it didn't work. What was really needed was surrender and allowing this to blossom on its own, or allowing the relationship to form an energy of its own. So it's not like your energy and theirs. It's like the sum is more than just the parts. The sum is greater than just the parts. So when you come together, you create something, and that is what needs to have a life of its own, space of its own, to breathe, to bloom, without anyone thinking that they absolutely know the right way or how that needs to look. It's more about holding this space of non-judgment, of unconditional love, of surrender and openness, and being present with one another just to witness the beauty of what is between you in any given moment, and not having that be enough, kind of. is what was needed, I feel, and what this person wanted. But they feel that they didn't fight enough for the harmony. They feel they didn't transform themselves enough to get, out of their own way. But this person, they're seeing themselves as being quite diminished by this. Like, they're like, this took a piece of me for sure. Because normally they see themselves as the Empress and the High Priestess, and that's the energy they're normally in, just like you're normally the Emperor, right? They feel, though, that this really has thrown them off. They don't feel abundant or creative, really, or super connected to an energy of openness and receptivity. And they also are having a difficult time trusting themselves right now, as we said, because they feel that they went towards something that they knew in their heart would make them truly happy, and they built this beautiful vision. It feels like this person daydreamed about this like all the time. Like you were very much on their mind. They built like a life with you in their dreams, in their mind. They saw it. They could almost taste it. It was so real. And now they're like, if that wasn't real, then like, what is? They feel that they felt so intuitively pulled to you, and now they're like, can I trust my intuition? Can I trust my own abundant nature? Because why did I draw something to me that I thought was going to bloom and then it died? Like, it feels like you're both confused about this, and you're feeling a lot of things surrounding it. So the source of confusion or discord between the two of you is the Queen of Cups. Receptivity. Covering up the titties again, but... Well, you love each other, as if I, couldn't already tell that. It's like the reception of this love has been postponed, though, because there needs to be work individually done on past pain that has prevented the two of you from truly understanding that actually, like, fighting for this will not get you where you want with it. It has to just be allowed to transform in its natural flow, and trust that it is a gift, that it is innately harmonious, that you don't need to like force it a certain direction or force it to look a certain way to be that. You can just choose to witness it being that, full of abundance and joy and love in every moment. But there's ways that both of you were preventing that from happening. And so it feels like peace and like true union here, or the receptivity, the ability to actually process or translate the love that was given by the other, it has been postponed because there needs to be work done so that you can have that higher understanding and realize that there's a different approach here. Okay, so the meaning or function in this connection right now is the Five of Wands, strife. Okay. It's meant to shake something up inside of you guys. It is meant to put you in a space of what's the word I'm trying to say? Just like, not forever, but for now, you are meant to be thrown into a state of strife. It's more so I'm just seeing it as change. But something is shifting inside of you in the way that you feel, and it's drawing your attention to a space of internal conflict. So a place where there's maybe cognitive dissonance, where you believe something, but then, like, maybe you believed that this is the kind of love you want, just as an example, but then when it came to you, you couldn't let go of something to step into that destiny. It's like you didn't feel strong enough to actually embrace the success that you desire. So now you're having to look at what fear and what was the barrier internally that prevented you from having this thing that you do know you want. Because there's a dissonance there where you know that you want it, but you didn't act in accordance with that to receive it. So what was getting in the way there? That's what this is trying to highlight to you right now. Why were you not able to accept this gift just for what it is? Something beautiful and innocent, something so pure, just truly love, balanced love that does not need to be made more complicated than that. But it's like it was over intellectualized or over stressed about, or, you know, projected onto, and it got really weighed down to the point that it was no longer recognizable as what it originally was. It still is that thing, but I feel like there needs to be work done to strip away everything that kind of bogged it down so that it can be seen again. And the other cards here was, so first, envy and relationships both came out in reverse. And envy says, I'm the same as everybody, but with different challenges. And then relationships, I'm attracted to those people who serve my higher good. It's interesting. The two of you, I feel like, have past patterns where it actually is not natural for you to move towards something that is truly good for you. So you maybe have been drawn to more like toxic partnerships, or you've been drawn to people more from a wounded or fearful place. Or a space of just not knowing yourself and what would truly fulfill you, maybe like a space of immaturity and still needing to sort that out. But it's coming more as like, maybe you had a certain attachment style, so you knew that you would, just for instance, like you'd overgive to people where there was an imbalance in reciprocity, for instance, and you were more attracted or tempted towards dynamics like that than people that were actually capable of supporting your growth, your higher good, giving back to you the same way that you gave to them, just as like an example. And it's because you don't see yourself as being on the same level, as you weren't seeing yourself as being healthy, or there was this lack of confidence. And you were kind of looking at other people like they don't have the same challenges as me. They don't have the same, they're not fucked up the same way that I am. So they can have these healthy relationships, but I can't. That it was just something that needed a perspective shift that needed to happen, where you needed to become aware of why you were feeling drawn to those things that weren't necessarily good for you or supportive of you. There needed to be like empathy for yourself, essentially being open to seeing the other side of that situation or the other side of the coin. So if you're telling yourself, if that inner narrative was coming from a wounded place and you were validating that wound or that lack of self-worth, then you weren't, the other side of that would have been, instead of criticizing and tearing yourself down more, validating that more critical voice, then it would have been offering yourself empathy and love and being open to radically accepting yourself, forgiving yourself, trusting yourself. There's something here where this was meant to activate that empathy, to bring you back to a space of trusting yourself and ultimately your purpose. It feels like both of you were kind of like, you have very strong purposes and they are very much spiritual, like divine. Look at all this purple. All of this. This is all, yeah, like major spiritual connection, hugely. That is a hell of a lot of crown chakra purple shit. And even like relationships here with all the purple. You weren't seeing your own capability, your own potential. You weren't trusting your own heart and your ability to love in a healthy, non-toxic way, because it feels like in the past you've been pulled towards things that were more about possession, obsession, again, being drawn to people from a wounded or toxic place where, yeah, maybe you triggered each other or you reflected each other's woundedness, not each other's healing and potential. You reflected the unrest in one another, not the peace. So or you like upset each other's nervous systems rather than bringing a feeling of security. So that always needed to be looked at and worked through so that you could forgive yourself and realize that you are just as worthy of a healthy, loving, balanced, in bloom kind of connection that brings the best out of you as anybody else. So this is meant to highlight there's something about through forgiving the other person, one another, and releasing or purging out these difficult feelings that are coming up of shame, of guilt, of even not Luna, it just came in here, of resentment. Hi, Beans. That energy was what was preventing change in your life. It feels like it was preventing you from being in your power. And as you heal that, things are going to very swiftly change. I feel like you're going to realize that you're very content and happy within yourself and that you don't need to fight or extend yourself for anything. But when it is offered to you, you just need to be open to receive, knowing that this thing is coming to me because I am worthy of it and I am aligned with it. So I don't need to question it. I don't need to overthink it. I don't need to force it. I can just be in a state of openness, receptivity, and gratitude and take it for what it is, which is a blessing and a gift. And I can be present with it instead of being lost in weight that I'm still carrying from past experiences that wounded me, or insecurity, or, like anxiety surrounding the future. You can just be present and let it be this beautiful thing that is being offered to you in its most pure and innocent state, which I think is what was always meant to kind of happen. So that's what this is currently teaching you. That's the current meaning or function of this connection in your life. And that's what I see, Aqua. So we're going to move on to Pisces. Luna's back and she's right here. Cute as ever. Okay. Let's move on to my beautiful fishy family. Where are my angel fish at? Where are my angel fish at? Okay. Let's see. I love her so much. There's like a stool here, or else I would just move it. I guess I can still move it this way. Yeah, I'm using that oracle deck for, okay. I can move closer to Luna. You guys can see her a little bit more. Okay. Because she's cute, and she's here, and she's cute. So we share the cuteness with you. There you go. Okay. So, Pisces. Hi. You just gonna purr? Just sit there and just purr. Can you guys hear her purring? Hi, Whiskey Head. Hi, Whiskey Mama. Stinky Whiskers. What's up? You've got some wax in your ears, I'll snuggle you as soon as I'm done, Pisces, okay? She's like, why not now? Why is the snuggling not happening immediately? Okay. I love you. Why are you being so needy? So lovey-dovey. Good? Are you good? Yeah? You just needs a little bit of love and affection, I think, for 1 second here. You good? You want to lay down and just have a nap for a little bit? Okay. You big hairball. I love you, Looney. Love you. Just staring at me. Okay, Pisces. Little angel baby. Okay. Looking good. Okay, love that. Okay. Let's see. Let's get some information. We have the King and Queen of Wands both in reverse. And the Ace of Swords in reverse. The Page of Wands in reverse. The Sun, the Wheel of Fortune, and Judgment. My God. Okay, well, the energy has gone in a toxic direction. Slightly. Okay, so let's clarify this a little bit here with some oracle cards. What do we want to clarify here? Can you just drop the clarifying cards where they... cracking me up. She's just staring at me, purring with her eyes like half shut. What needs to be clarified here? Can you tell me about this? Yeah. Aww. I like that. And then what about... What about that? Can you tell me about that? I love her so much. I love the source of confusion or discord between Pisces and this person. That was the cards, by the way. Can't make the sound again. Okay, let me see. Let's get a couple more. I love you. Okay, tell me about, yeah, this, and, well, all of the things over here, and then we'll start. Okay, Loons. I'll be with you momentarily, my friend. Okay. Interesting. We'll clarify that more. All right, Loons, I gotta focus, buddy. Be done momentarily, okay? Love your face. Okay, 4. All right. What's up, Pisces? Okay, I've got your cards pulled. Took me a second because this energy was felt a little complicated. I had to clarify, and we're still going to clarify a lot. But the current energy between you and this person's coming out as the 5 of Cups in reverse. So some sort of grief is being dropped, it feels like, which is good. Or there's some sort of, this is coming through as like an emotional release or purge in some sort of way that's taking place. I feel like it's being forced in some way, which means something might have triggered a lot of grief or just a lot of like a deep emotional reaction. Tell me more about this 5 of Cups in reverse. It's like I'm seeing that something needed to come up and out of you. It needed to be like pulled out, uprooted. The 7 of Pentacles. The 2 of you are actively invested in working through grief surrounding something and raising your consciousness. Your awareness. Can you tell me more? What's being invested in? The King of Wands in reverse. Interesting. The King of Wands in reverse does not represent you or them. It represents someone from each of your past. So the King of Wands in reverse is kind of like an idea here, or a concept. But it's an energy, whether masculine or feminine, who is very controlling, very domineering, someone who is kind of like a dictator, someone who is kind of abusive, but someone who's very guided by their ego, and they're not connected so much or guided by their intuition or their own like will or their own spirit. They are not the leader of their own life. So there's something in the past that both you and this person invested in that was not one another. You each have a person from your past that was toxic that you both moved towards individually with a great amount of like zest and certainty and vigor. And it's like you put your whole selves into it. You invested everything, and it ended up being something that was quite toxic or oppressive or, you know, controlling, stifling, abusive, like something like that. What's being uprooted and invested and released is the remnants of whatever that trauma or that woundedness or that experience or influence had left with you. And you're rooting that out in order to take a new opportunity. You're not manifesting it, you're creating it by, like, you're not trying to call it in through like the universe, give it to me. You're creating a transformation internally, individually, you each are. You're going through a very deep alchemization, a transformative process as you each uproot old wounds and emotions that are ready to be purged from the past. And it's almost like you're making space for maybe for this connection to emerge in a completely new way once it has space to actually breathe and exist outside of. It feels like a lot of space was being taken up by this Five of Cups energy and still invested into maybe like resentment or painful feelings surrounding the past that had nothing to do with one another. But I feel that in some way that those energies of grief and those heavy energies, they did seep into the connection between the two of you, and I almost said infect things. Jeez. Affected things or influenced things in some sort of way. There's something in my eyeball. Sorry. I don't know if I got it, but okay. I'm going to talk about your side first, but if this sounds more like them, Pisces, like the person you're dealing with, then just reverse it, okay? But your energy currently is coming out as the Two of Wands in reverse, and it came out clarified by these two oracle cards. So this one is this girl, and she is like the universe. It's like she's infinite. She is the stars. And then this one says dreaming, after all, is a form of planning, which I love because the Two of Wands is sort of a planning card. It's like you hold the whole world in your hand. Where you want to go next? What do you want to do? If you can dream it, then you can create it. You can bring it into form. Dreaming and imagining is a form of manifestation and planning. And Pisceans know that more than most, right? So it feels like right now you're standing at a crossroads, but you have chosen a path and you're trying to infuse hope, expansiveness. You're trying to dream something or put like the magic back into a dream, reinfuse magic back into a dream or a path that you once saw it on. It's kind of breathing life into this dream through releasing things that weighed down your perception of it before. Because this was what you always saw it as, but you always had this in the backseat with you. And these two things are kind of at odds with one another, because I feel like this was not created by you and this person, and this is the vision you had of you and this person. But this lingering around was like a shark circling, and it made you feel uneasy. Ultimately, it made things not move forward. And there was a lie that there is no hope in this situation, when in reality, yeah, there's a very large amount of hope in this situation. Like the Sun, the Wheel of Fortune, Judgment, the Ten of Pentacles. If there's anything worth having hope over, it's probably this thing. But it's like because the past, it's like a resin or something sticky remnant from the pain of the past was still stuck to you. You weren't seeing this completely clear, or something was influencing the two of you that had nothing to do with the other. And I feel like it made you indecisive as to whether or not this was toxic, just like the things in the past, because you hadn't fully processed and released your feelings surrounding the past, and so they were still present here. So then that confused you. You were like, why am I feeling the way I did in the past? Is because you had never released that feeling. Feelings that return are feelings that never left. So things that came up, they were things that you never actually transmuted and processed through. They weren't coming up because they were from this connection, but they were just coming up because they never actually left. You had maybe just ignored or repressed them. So this person's feelings, or your feelings, sorry, and your intentions. The Five of Swords in reverse and Temperance. So there's really strong Sag energy on the table. I'm also seeing Capricorn. feel like this purge is happening in parts. It's like, you know how healing isn't linear, right? And you know how when you're grieving something, there are like layers to it. It's like you get angry, you get resentful, you get like depressed, and then you start to have this like numbness, and then you have like this peace or this heightened understanding. There's something where every bit of this energy, every time you release some of this or you purge a little bit more, you gain vast amounts of harmony, of peace of mind, of greater understanding. Every time you release, and it might feel kind of painful and overwhelming because it's very like old emotions that it feels like you haven't really paid attention to or tapped into in a while, you haven't acknowledged fully. So that's why when they popped up, it was head fucking you, because you weren't sure. It's like you weren't expecting something from the past to pop up when you were pursuing something that you had a lot of hope about making you happy in the present. But that was coming up as a resistance. It needed to be released so that this had breathing room, and it wasn't being built on the skeletons or the ashes of the past. It was being built or created on a perfectly clean slate without the influence of that marring it. Because there was doubt and there was confusion and questioning and insecurity, but it was coming from this baggage of the past. So the more that you drop that, the more you release yourself from these games that were keeping you very oppressed in your head. And I feel that you are seeing how you feel with extreme clarity, without any ifs, ands, or buts about it, without any question or doubt or games or need to convince yourself or manipulate the truth. It's like, nope, it just is exactly what it is. And what it is becoming more and more clear and solidified to you. So then what are these solidified and clarified feelings that Pisces has for this person? Pisces. I want to cry. You're kind of saying like, I know with absolute certainty that my heart is with this person. I know that this is my person. I know that I love this person. I know that in my heart, there is only this person. It's not a hotel with rooms vacant for options. It's like, no, there's one king-sized, like one big suite, and this person owns it, penthouse. We don't rent that shit out. But you're basically saying no matter how difficult or hard things get, you're going to push forwards towards this, and your heart is going to remain committed and devoted to this, because this is the truth of this is your emotional truth, and it's very strong, and it's only getting stronger the clearer your heart gets, the more that you release this stuff that was kind of muddying the waters. You all of a sudden have this courage, this cardinal energy to push forwards where you were somewhat stuck before. But this is giving you bravery, and the clarity is giving you bravery. The clarity of your heart is like inspiring you, and you're saying that it kind of is irrelevant to, not that it's irrelevant if this person loves you back, but you're like, this is how I feel. I'm not going to gaslight or shame my feelings and my experience. I know that I love this person. I'm not going to manifest or force something on them. I'm not going to force my way into their life, maybe, but I'm going to move forwards in accordance with and alignment with my own personal truth. Not denying it. I'm going to bear the weight of the love that I have for this person is essentially what you're saying. That's very Piscean of you. Is there anything else about that? I'm almost done, homie. Yeah, you're just taking it one step at a time, and you believe that you can get to success if you work through the inner conflict that you have that caused you to be insecure. And it's almost like you're having faith here, that you're like, if I create this energy within myself, if I come to terms with my truth and I accept myself and I balance myself out into this beautiful state of harmony and this frequency of abundance, then what is meant for me will align with me. And you're choosing to trust that and trust your heart, even if you don't have what you want right now, right in front of you, even if you might be grieving a little bit. You're still choosing to trust the bigger picture, or what you know intuitively and energetically. So with Temperance being your intentions towards this person, again, you would really like balance between you and this person. You would like to find a moderate state between the two of you, like a middle ground. A space of compromise where neither of you feel like you're sacrificing something that is very, very like core to who you are. Because it feels like you don't want to change this person. Yeah, you want the two of you to be at peace. And in the past, things have been toxic. So you're trying to replace the devil energy with Temperance. You want, instead of both of you to feel oppressed and, you know, like pressured, you're telling me you would like both of you to feel liberated, at peace, in a state of harmony with one another, where you don't need to question things. You don't feel like you're out in the cold. You're aware that you're succeeding. And even when you face challenges and you aren't moving forwards the way that you want, you don't have to question whether or not you're still there for each other, like you're going to show up. Because you're not easily rocked by life's storms and waves, it feels like. You're almost trying to solidify and anchor yourself into your own state of personal peace and harmony. So that you can step more boldly and confidently into your dreams when they do come to you, and you're having the faith that they will come to you if you align with them. So this other person, they are in the energy of the Three of Cups, with this card, which says balance, freedom, devotion, victory, and then ancestral / past life. There's some sort of past life karma this person is working through right now, and it has to do with, this could be someone that is very, very hyper independent. They could be very focused on maintaining their independence, not losing themselves. And I think that that is a fear. It's almost like this person, they have a fear that is not, it feels like the fear is super intense to have been caused by, like, based on the experiences they've had in this life, the vastness of this particular fear of losing themselves, losing their freedom, losing their individuality. It's not aligned. It's like it doesn't even really make sense to this person why they get so triggered or defensive about their independence. And I think it's because it's a past life wound, and so that fear has come into this life, or else it's something passed down ancestrally. But this person is seeking a state of balance between freedom and devotion. And they feel like that's where their victory is. They're like, that's the sweet spot right in the middle, is where I still feel free, but I can still devote myself to the things that I love. What's the Three of Cups? Okay. The only thing is, okay. This person right now is in, they're still in their toxicity here. And there's something that is unhealed that they haven't come in from. And I feel like this person right now is investing in something that is not for them and not going anywhere and not abundant and not bringing them happiness or healing. But it might be something that's very light, superficial, and non-threatening. They could just be like sleeping around. They could be invested in an ex that never really meant that much to them, or I don't know, but this is coming through as toxic and it's avoidance of the work a little bit. So while they have the right idea that they need to not be so defensive over their freedom, the way to do that and to truly get that balance is not to be devoted to something that you don't actually care about. That's not the same thing, right? That is still being controlled by the fear. Because there is no worry of becoming so devoted that you lose your freedom. So they're still acting from a place of being defensive about losing their independence, right? A fear-based place. And I do feel like there's a third party here in this situation. I don't know if it's another person or if it's just like a lifestyle choice. Like they might be convincing themselves that they just really want to be devoted to their own singledom right now. Maybe they do. Do they really want? Is that what they truly want? Is that the deepest desire of their heart? I can't tell with this person because they are still in this skewed, like oppressed, fearful, and insecure energy. Okay, yes, they know deep down that what they deserve is a very deep and meaningful, intimate, and loving connection, and that is what they want. But they're very like this person is still at war with themselves. They're conflicted, and it's because they haven't dealt with this. Right now, they're in this energy of being like, let's just party, let's just engage in toxic things that are keeping me small, that are not allowing me to really like grow and expand, because what I truly know I deserve intimidates me. And because I'm not facing my fears of losing myself, I'm just putting myself in situations where losing myself isn't even a possibility because I don't care enough to lose myself to invest that much. But this person is still at odds with themselves because that's not what they truly believe they deserve or desire. So right now, yeah, they do truly believe that they probably do need to be single right now, because entering into a relationship in that energy is not going to be right. They're still in this state where they're not willing to give. They're not willing to give themselves. So then they can't be in a relationship that truly sees them, honors them. They are not giving or receiving love. They might just be it might just be based on either just strictly practicality or strictly like desire or attraction or lust, but it's not what they truly want. And I don't know if they're consciously aware of that, but that's what's coming out very clearly. So in their feelings for you right now, it's interesting. This person's seeking balance and freedom, true freedom and victory, but they're looking in the absolute opposite, like wrong place for it. So I feel like they're gonna realize that maybe at some point, who knows, maybe like years from now, it might take this person to actually understand. But they're on the path where I feel like if they ever want to actually be fulfilled, and again, it's like their desires that dictate whether or not they're fulfilled, right? Because if their truest desire was just something very casual and light, and they didn't really want intimacy, or they didn't really want true love, or they didn't want to be actually seen, understood, and honored, then they would just choose that and be happy with it. But they're still showing me that it's coming from a toxic, unhealed, defensive, oppressed, conflicted place within them that is disempowered and not in dominion over their own life, because they're being controlled by fear, and that's preventing them from moving towards what they truly want. So then they're convincing themselves that they want less than what they really want in order to kind of like reconcile that within themselves, but it's not really reconciling it because it's a lie. So the Nine of Pentacles is their energy, their feelings, and their intentions is the Queen of Wands in reverse. So right now, their energy towards you in their feelings is the Nine of Pentacles, and then this card says divine counterpart, masculine, manifestation, ascension, and yours. And this is a card that can talk about like a very deep spiritual connection, as well as something that pushes you into ascension. So, well, they're non-committal right now. They're not focused on reconciling. There's a deep insecurity tied to this person that skews their intuition. So they have a huge blind spot. They see themselves as much smaller than what they really are, but that's again because they keep convincing themselves that they want less than what they really want. Then they engage in toxic, unfulfilling things. Then they feel like crap about themselves. Then they run from their own truth. And they make these little tiny offers that never actually go anywhere. It's like they make an offer and then it immediately ends. And it's because like the truth is they're not actually offering their heart. They're not connected to that part of themselves right now. They're connected to this more toxic, defensive part of themselves that's coming from a space of being wounded. So there's a lot of emotional confusion, and it feels like the more this person just like the more that this person indulges in, like, let's say this person has, like, they're on Tinder and they're talking to like a dozen people, you know, or they're going on a couple dates a week, or they're sleeping with numerous people. They're creating a lot of, they're just making a really big mess for themselves that eventually they'll have to clean up. But that's their thing in this life or the next, right? They're creating karma for themselves is what they're doing, because they're not reconciling something. And they're lying to themselves about something as well. There's something that they're telling themselves they don't want to reconcile, or that they don't want at all, but it's a lie, because deep down they keep on saying that they know that that exact thing is what they do feel like they're worth. And they do know that they're capable of giving it as well on some level. So I don't know exactly why they're doing that. But what is this divine counterpart? This person, they're aware of a fear that they have, and they feel like being in their own energy, like being, again, falling back onto their comfort zone of hyper independence. They feel like that's where they're going to liberate themselves from their fear. But the thing is, this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of true vulnerability and intimacy and genuinely being receptive to giving and receiving love. So they're like, I'm going to liberate myself from that fear without ever facing it, essentially, is what they're saying. And that's never going to happen. Like, if you're scared of love, then you have to put yourself in a situation where you have to face that fear, and then you overcome the fear, and that's how that works. right? But they won't commit to their fear because they're too afraid of failing, or that it won't work, or that they won't manifest it, that it will just end, that it will end very badly. So they'd rather invest in things that are not abundant, not aligned with them. And then they're sending out this message to the universe, right? They're like, but I'm looking good, feeling good, so independent. And from that space, I'm going to be manifesting ascension. I'm going to be manifesting my divine counterpart. I'm going to be manifesting my most empowered self. But they're actually manifesting lack because they keep on investing in things that deep down they know are not actually aligned with their worth or what they truly desire. So energy doesn't lie, and this person keeps trying to lie to themselves, but obviously some part of them knows what they're truly worth. And there's also karma in this life that they're very much meant to work through and release themselves from, but they're not doing that. They're not doing the work. They're avoiding it and lying to themselves at this exact time. So that's something this person could change maybe at some point, but they're not right now. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that, but it feels like you've taken your resolve and focused it in a very empowering direction. And the reason it's different from you're both in very independent energies right now, but this person's is coming from a place of fear, cowardice, of truly opening. They're afraid of vulnerability. They're afraid of really being seen, although that's what they desire the most, and they're afraid of true connection, so they settle for this cheap imitation. You're not lying to yourself about your truth. You're still in it. And although you're not chasing something that you want, you're still being honest with yourself about how you feel. You're still moving from an authentic, heart-based place, and you're calling in more harmony because you're not denying your truth. You're still acting from a space of love. You're almost saying the love is good even if this person's not in it. The love I have and that I am holding and cultivating and moving in is still good, even if this person is not present in my life. Even if that love is for them and they hold my heart, my love is not contingent on being validated back, because it's unconditional, real love, and it's coming from a place of true confidence. Whereas this person is chasing independence to feel strong, but really they're not moving forwards. And they're convincing themselves that they're going to somehow call in some sort of abundant manifestation, but they're going to compete. They're going to keep on, looping in a space of scarcity, I feel until they kind of face what actually needs to be addressed, which is their fear, right? But this person, they think that they can overcome their fear by not facing it. So they're kind of skewed and confused in that sense there. Okay, so the Queen of Wands in reverse is their intentions towards you. So what's that? Is the Queen of Wands this person? No. You got 3 queens on this person's side. The Queen of Swords in reverse just came out. Oh. So is this person Pisces? No. Okay. Is this a specific person? A specific third party outside of Pisces then? Yeah. All right. They're pouring their energy into something that cannot possibly give them what they truly desire, right? They are pouring into something insecure, which is aligned with them because of their own insecurities. And it feels like in the future, they're going to stop committing to this third party. They're going to sever that connection. It's like they are realizing. So this is something that they know is a bad idea for them. It's something toxic. But for some reason they're still on the fence about it, right? Even though like they're not committed to it, or it doesn't actually add anything, any structure to their life. Here they are, right? They're like, let's check and see if we're still bad for each other. So it's like this toxic thing they keep indulging in from the energy of the devil. And they're like, I'm sure this thing's not still totally toxic. Like, it's totally changed. And then they go back and repeat an old lesson and re-hurt themselves again, and, you know, like connect with someone who's karmic or toxic as hell. And then they're like, why am I not abundant in my life? It's like, I feel like this person needs to learn a kind of difficult lesson that only comes through maturity and experience, but they haven't learned it yet. They just keep on submitting themselves. It's like, let's go back and touch the stove today and then be shocked and surprised when we get burnt again. So it's almost like they're reinstating and validating and reinforcing the fear, because they keep touching something that hurts and disappoints them. Then they have the trust issues again. Then it's like, then they have a reason to hyperfixate on their independence again. And it's a vicious cycle that makes this person very weak. So this card also came out, which says roll the dice. If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. So what is that surrounding? That specifically. Is that what? They're going to go all in with this other connection? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh my. Oh man. I don't know why this person is doing this to themselves. This is going to go terribly for them and everyone involved. But maybe this is the way that they need to work through that karma. But this is showing me this is on their horizon. They're going to try to put themselves fully into building a structure with someone here that they already know is toxic. And they're going to try to transform their current dynamic, but nothing has healed or changed. So essentially they are like, I would rather throw myself wholeheartedly into something that deep down I know is shadowy and toxic, because it's still less scary, because they still, on some level, they still know they'll never be fully committed to this thing, because they know that it's toxic and they know that it's below them. But they're more comfortable fully committing to that, something that's not really for them, ignoring their intuition altogether, and lying to themselves and manipulating themselves into being hopeful surrounding something that is going to have the same outcome over and over again. They're more comfortable with that because it's known, whereas like opening themselves up to being truly vulnerable and intimate, it's like they know deep down this is going to not work out, but they know that when it crumbles it won't truly hurt them because they never actually opened up to it. It's like, you can't break my heart because I was never in love. Then they're like, haha, like I preserved my heart, I'm so strong and I don't have that fear. But it's like, nope, you still just never actually confronted the real fear. So it's like a very twisted game of avoidance on this person's side, and it's very much the devil energy. It's super like oppressive. So this person, they don't see. You know, they're very much in an unconscious place right now. And it doesn't feel like they're super anxious about that either. Like, they're coming out as like they are acting foolishly, but they're not stressed about it because they're not paying any attention to their intuition or their heart. They're just playing it safe and repeating old cycles. So I don't know how that's going to, well, I know how that's going to end for that person, but it's not really a part of this. So let's just focus on your connection with them. Okay, so lastly, the source of confusion or discord currently between the two of you is the Page of Swords in reverse. And then with this card, it says, you're a sight for sore eyes. Don't know why I hesitate. I can fall apart. Tell me that your love is a sure thing. See, this person, they don't trust themselves because they haven't faced that fear. They haven't overcome it. So the fear makes them doubt themselves. And then they feel like they need something that is a sure thing, like something that they know how it's going to end up. And so that's why they keep on like, here I go to toxically connect with something that's terrible for me, that's going to weaken me and make me trust myself even less. But yay, here we go, right? And it sucks because this is definitely a karmic cycle that this person is just repeating and repeating, but they're not listening to themselves. And karma's over here like, hello? Knock, knock, karma police. But what they're saying is like, this is what you actually deserve. Because this person is very, they have a huge capacity to love this person. The thing is, I think it's because of the massive capacity they have to love, it scares the shit out of them. There could have been a time when this person poured their whole heart into something that did not work. It could have been the toxic thing from the past, right? But this is this person. We said this represented the idea of something toxic that was needing to be purged from the past, right? Here's this super toxic couple that they're going to reconnect with, whatever this is for them. Even if this isn't another person, I feel like it is for most of them. But it's something that makes them super insecure. It validates the worst ideas they have about themselves. But that's what they're comfortable with. They're comfortable with playing small because it doesn't actually require them to be brave or to master themselves or to take accountability or to make a strong choice. Like they'd rather walk away or deny something because it's asking them to heal, even though that thing is the key to breaking old karma and getting what they truly deserve. But the Page of Swords in reverse, is this just like assumptions? No, it's paranoia and a lack of self-awareness. This is a complete lack of self-awareness. The Page of Swords and the Hermit both in reverse. They have no strong sense of self or self-awareness. Like I said, they're kind of sleepwalking. They're not listening to their own intuition. They're just in this toxic devil energy, and so they're being pulled by their desires, but from a wounded and toxic place. So they're just being pulled back into, or they're actively choosing to indulge in things that are hurting them, not allowing them to be abundant, keeping them small, making them believe these shitty things about themselves. So they're doubling down on like oppressing themselves with all this crap that they keep piling on themselves. And they're not seeing anything clearly. It's almost like they feel like facing their fear and healing would be so much harder than this, but this looks like hell. Like repeating this, the way this person is like my own personal idea of hell. This is just so shitty, but it's what they're used to. Like it's what they're used to. So it's like they don't even understand how shitty it is. I feel like the healing would really not be that hard in comparison to this. It would be like ripping a Band-Aid off, whereas this is like rubbing salt in a wound every day for the rest of your life. So they're not the same, but because this fear is so amplified in their head based on the fact that they keep on exposing themselves to something that keeps on like validating that fear, right? It's a vicious cycle. Like they keep giving themselves a reason to be afraid by making foolish choices and opening up to things that are toxic. And then not bringing any awareness or accountability to it. So then they keep on making the same choices, which are terrible choices that aren't actually getting them anywhere. It's like the wound that they're rubbing salt in is their inner child wound. And maybe they had a parent that makes them feel, maybe they had a parent or they grew up in a house where they weren't really seen for who they are. There was a toxic dynamic. There was like no real emotional connection. Or both parents, there's no real connection. And so it's almost like being single, but like within a connection. And it doesn't require anything real of you. So there's no risk, but there's also like no reward either. But this person, they're so insecure and afraid, and they keep on creating more and more and more of that. So then they have more of this reason. They're like, tell me your love is a sure thing. And they don't trust anything that they don't absolutely know what it is. And they don't trust good things because they don't experience good things, because they keep on exposing themselves to crappy things. So then when a good thing does come, they're like, prove it. And then they don't trust it. And then they run back to toxic stuff. That's what that feels like. So that's just right now and like their current feelings and intentions. So this could change. This is a snapshot of right now, but that's where this person's at. And I got to be honest with you so that you, just so you know, because knowledge is power, right? So it's not about judging this person, but this is where this person's at. And this is where they're choosing to be. And they don't have a lot of like awareness or insight that is going to lend to them making different choices right now. And the thing is, this is something this person has to learn. No one could tell them this. This is a lesson. It feels like they have to learn because this is karma that they are meant to work through. But they keep on accumulating more and more and more through repeating the cycles that they're meant to break. And they don't see it. So the main meaning or function right now of this connection is the Knight of Cups in reverse. And it came out with these cards here. This one's just kind of like clouds and then leading to a little door. The stars out there, sky, a new sky. And this one says, being soft does not mean you're any lesser. It means despite how difficult the world can be, you've held on to your capacity to feel. I think that there's actually a different function that this connection is serving for each of you right now. And it looks like for this person, they're meant to kind of see that they're keeping themselves in this confused, disoriented, small, disempowered, emotionally unavailable, emotionally bored, and emotionally unfulfilled space. And there's this door that's like outside of all the cloudiness and uncertainty and the making themselves the victim and the constantly exposing themselves to their own toxic patterns and indulging in the worst of themselves and then getting more of the worst of themselves and then being like, I'm not shit, because they're only feeding their demons. This person, there is a doorway, like there's an exit, right? But they can find their way to it. And there's something about this connection that is highlighting it for them, but they still feel like they're far away from it. It's like they can see it off in the distance, but they don't trust it. And they're still surrounded by a lot of cloudiness. And again, they're putting themselves in that position because they're not bringing consciousness. They're not bringing awareness to this confusion. And then on your side of things, I feel like this is you taking your power back by realizing that even if someone does not choose to meet you, even if you are in your truth and you're like, I love this person, right? Even if they choose to reject that or to choose something toxic over you, right? You're realizing that that does not mean that you lost. That does not mean that you're not enough. Doesn't mean that you are weak. It actually means that you're incredibly fucking strong and authentic. So, is there anything else for Pisces? So you guys are learning different lessons right now, but you're also looking in completely different directions. And one of you might be learning through accumulating difficult, like, challenges that they're going to have to work through. And then you, I feel like, you're clearing things up, you're becoming more empowered, and then you're learning lessons from more of that space of expansion. So that's what it is. It's like contraction and expansion. This person is learning their lessons through contraction, becoming very small and stifled, and you're learning your lesson through expansion, pushing yourself out. So both of you, there is a discomfort for both of you, because both contraction and expansion is kind of uncomfortable. Expansion is uncomfortable because you're pushing, by definition, out into something that you haven't been before, right? Something new. And contraction, obviously, you're being suffocated by what you've already experienced before and secretly long to break out of. But it almost feels like this person's going to have to be like totally suffocated before maybe they make a change. I'm not really sure. It's going to have to be their heart and soul, though, that shifts and grows and works through their own karma and, whenever, if ever they choose to do that. So don't wait ever. Don't like put your life on hold or wait. I definitely don't see you doing that, though. I mean, you're very empowered. You're in your heart. You're in a place of true strength and confidence, not the kind of confidence that needs external validation or needs to be constantly proven to you, but the kind that you just hold silently within yourself because you are true to your morals and your values, because you're honest with yourself about the way that you feel, and because you move courageously even though you are afraid. You're calling in something quite magnificent for yourself. So the two of you are both manifesting, but this person manifesting from a place of contraction and scarcity is calling in this. And then you manifesting from a place of expansion. You're manifesting options. So you're going to have choices. This is what you're manifesting. The Fool, the Empress, and the Six of Cups in reverse with the Two of Pentacles. You're going to have choices because you're going to have options, and you're going to take a leap away from the past into a very abundant direction. So I see you just continuing to become more and more receptive, more and more abundant, more and more aligned with fortune, really. I think that you could manifest something pretty massive in the near future here, Pisces, if you stay in this energy. So that is, I think you're right on par, though. And I love the fact that you're not having to deny. It's like you're not trying to convince yourself that you don't care in order to get somewhere, because you understand how manifestation works, and again, energy doesn't lie. So if you were lying to yourself, like that, you're not really fooling anyone but maybe yourself, but like the universe isn't fooled, your higher self isn't fooled, You know, so yeah. But in this lifetime or some other lifetime, this person will, I don't know. They had an opportunity to be the emperor, though. They were given this opportunity, and this was you, I feel. A divine opportunity, a gift to come in from out of the cold, to break this toxic cycle, to be the emperor, to empower themselves, to move forwards in a stable and consistent way. And instead, they chose this. So, they chose this. So, yeah, this person's going to have a bit of a life of chaos. You know, they're manipulating and lying to themselves and those around them. They are disconnected from their heart and their emotions. They're not experiencing love. They're kind of in an opportunist sort of like the things that they are committing to, which they're not even really that seriously committed to, because the only thing they're actually committed to is themselves. Like, this is quite a selfish energy. And again, it's out of this need to protect themselves because they're not healing. So then they keep protecting themselves by just indulging in the things that are a sure thing, even though those things make them miserable and, you know, only bring lack into their life. So until they decide to see the truth and be abundant and close out the cycles that prevent them from doing so, that is the experience that this person will continue to have in this life. But they could change, you know? They could change any day, but they would have to choose it. They'd have to choose to be connected to their heart, to be honest with themselves about their emotions, whatever those emotions are. Whether that entails having feelings for you or not, they're just not being real with themselves on any level right now, sadly. So that's what I see, Pisces, for you and this person right now. Again, something could change, but for some reason that's what wanted to come through. And so Spirit is feeling like it is important that you know that that is the reality of things currently. Okay? So, don't let it bring you down. Don't let it scare you. You're on track. You're in a very healthy and empowered place. You're calling in love, expansion, abundance, and all of the things that you want. And that is beautiful. So you can still hold love for this person. And I see you doing that while not hurting yourself or sacrificing yourself to attach to something that isn't able or willing to reciprocate what you have to give, and ultimately would pull you into a state of insecurity, chaos, and lack with it, because that energy would influence you, right? If you intimately committed to it. So that's what I see for right now. But I love you so much. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope that these readings were helpful to you. Yeah. I don't know. There was a reason for sure why I felt like I needed to do this topic, and why I created the spread knowing full well that it was 9 cards for each sign, and that each sign was going to be a long reading. I mean, I didn't expect each sign to be like 40 minutes to an hour, but there's a reason why. There's a reason for everything. I absolutely believe, whether I understand it in the moment or not, why these more in-depth messages on these more complicated connections really needed to come out at this time. So I genuinely hope that the people who needed them received them, or received them when they do need them the most, and that they bring you some form of validation or support or peace on your journey. I love you so much. And I will talk to you guys again tomorrow for your daily reading. But until then, yeah, I'm just sending you lots and lots of love. Mwah. Thank you for being here. You know that I appreciate and love you. And I will talk to you again very soon. But bye for now.